such an honor to represent your country in a world stage like that. You're skiing against the whole world.
To ride under my flag and maybe once, to hear like national anthems, like a huge moment.
That would be pretty special. Definitely will be a dream.
Very warm welcome to the first ever Allianz FIS Freeride World Championships Andorra 2026 by Mammut. My name is Derek Foos. I am joined by Freeride World Tour athlete, pro skier, and ultimate freeride expert, Hadley Hammer. Hadley, set the table for us today on this historic day for freeride.
This is a big, big day for all of us here. So cool to get the front row seat. You can see us there perched right in front of this incredible venue behind. The judges are just to our left. A huge production to make this happen. It's going to be a beautiful day. Glad the weather decided to cooperate.
Yeah, the sport of freeride elevating itself into true global status today with the first FIS Freeride World Championships. We have 4 crowns that will be handed out today. Freeride World Champions for the first time ever. This is absolutely huge. And Ordino Arcalís Andorra has come to the game big time. Snow conditions, weather, the venue, everything stacking up for an historic day today.
It truly is, and I think for the riders, it's such a special moment to ski for their nations, to have a team. It really changes the dynamic from being just the individual sport to being a team.
Well, we've had a chance to dig into exactly what's going on here, and we want you to take a look.
My goal since I started freeriding was to become world champion.
The first ever FIS Freeride World Championships is coming to Ordino Arcalís Andorra in February 2026.
There's more on the line. Anything can happen. As a rider, you feel the magnitude of that and just want to add to the legacy.
World's best freeriders will compete for the prestigious title of Freeride World Champion in a one-run format where everything is at stake. With riders competing for their countries in 4 thrilling competitions: ski men, ski women, snowboard men, and snowboard women. This marks a groundbreaking chapter in freeride history. This is where legends will rise. This is the FIS Freeride World Championships.
Oh, it just gets the heart pumping. We had the opportunity to catch up with Freeride World Tour CEO and founder Nicholas Hale Woods to give us some insight on what this event means for the sport of freeride.
A World Championship is something special. You can mark your name in the books if you win the event or even if you're on the podium. So very exciting to the eyes of the riders, and also exciting to riders that haven't looked at freeride competitions yet. It will place the sport at a higher level, a legitimacy. It's the first step towards a recognition and an inclusion of freeriding in the 2030 Olympic Games. So there's many at stake there.
Exactly what he said. We have 3 riders, 16 nations here today. It's such a unique aspect to this brand new competition, and it won't be the last, that's for certain, but these riders will be the first national championships, and I think they feel that weight.
Oh, the weight is on their shoulders. They've got the flags on the bibs, the opening ceremonies with the nations presented one at a time, people walking out. There was flag bearers. It really has the feeling of stepping into the big leagues here for freeride. And of course, this is a step towards inclusion in the Olympic Games, which is what everyone behind the scenes has been working on, the IOC, and we're just so excited to take this massive step. And the riders are feeling it. You know, that you mentioned before, the feeling of a team aspect to freeride is a new thing. What do you think they're feeling about that?
You know, I think you often go into these comps as an individual, and you see during dinners, during breakfast, there's all of a sudden these little pods forming, and where they're riding, who they're riding with, and it's cool to just see this team effort going in.
Yeah, and the riders they're feeling that. You know, they've got the flags on their bibs. They had flag bearers at the opening ceremonies. They want to represent their country, and that is a new feeling, an added pressure for some, and maybe an elevation for others.
Yeah, I think you take pressure and use it to your advantage. So I think for a lot of them, it can be a really positive aspect of the day.
Yeah, it's just such an incredible thing to be a part of. This is truly an historic day for Freeride. Within the magnitude of the event, we have the magnitude of the competition venue, the Base Negre. It's been a while since it was used on the World Tour. We're going to take a look at our Mammut face preview with Hadley.
Here we go, our venue preview by Mammut. You'll see here the Base Negre right in front of our eyes. 2 start gates, both at over 2,600 meters, which means the riders have 470 meters of leg-burning turns and airs to get down to that finish line at the bottom. Their hearts and lungs will be pumping. You'll see right out the gate, it can get as steep as 47 degrees, just like skiing down a window. There's airs that if you enter into these areas, there's one way out. But this venue is also really unique because it offers a lot for a lot of variety of riding. You have big airs, playful terrain, but you also have steep chutes where you can really see the riders' technique, how they turn their skis and their boards. Again, 2,600 meters, a nice place for some fresh air, and then a long burn to the bottom.
Yeah, a huge face for the very first ever FIS Freeride World Championships. The riders are set. The line scoping has been going down. The intensity of the line selection has been incredible. And we have a glorious day on tap for us. -5 degrees Celsius, 23 Fahrenheit for those of you watching in that format. We got a light wind, 20 kilometers per hour out of the south, and 5 out of 5 snowflakes. The snow gods have absolutely delivered. A little bit of wet snow on the bottom and then just gradual cooling throughout the evening. 25 centimeters of fresh snow. Absolutely incredible conditions for this first ever Freeride World Championships. We're going to take a look here at who are going to be delivering the scores and ultimately delivering these titles. Freeride World Championship judges, starting out with FWT standout Jacqueline Pollard, a tough one to impress. She knows exactly how to get it done on these face. Bertie Denervode, a multi-time world champion in border cross and the inventor of the Freeride World Tour judging system. Lolo Best, the commissioner of the Freeride World Tour and the Freeride World Championships. Hard man to impress. Laurent Gauthier out of Whistler, a podium finisher on the Bec de Ros in the Extreme Verbier. He knows exactly what he wants to see. And our video judge today coming out of Argentina, Gonzalo Lopetin, the founder of Freeride Argentina, an extremely experienced judge. This group of people knows exactly what they want to see, and they are going to deliver points for magic. Stay tuned for the very first ever Freeride World Championships. Welcome back to the first ever FIS Freeride World Championships. We are setting the table for an historic day for freeride. Snowboard men up first. They are going to be breaking trail on this impressive face, and there is one title up for grabs in this category. Hadley, this is who is riding here for the very first Freeride World Championships.
Exactly, right out the gate, number 1, Jonathan Penfield, followed by Michael Mann. Enzo Nilo, number 3rd. You drop a little bit farther, we got Liam Rivera out of Switzerland, Asato Yoshita out of Japan, Timmy Schroeder, Von Hardwick, and then we'll finish it off, New Zealand's Conrad Naven, Blake Moeller out of America, and the Freeride World Tour multi-champion Victor Delarue will be the last one to drop here on today's face for the Snowboard Men.
A huge aspect of this event is the number of flags on the start list. You can see you've got the Spanish fans. They've come across the border into Andorra to cheer on their favorites. Everybody here vying for glory to be the first Freeride World Champion in history. Truly, the magnitude of the day cannot be overstated. You can see the start gate there perched on the razor's edge at the top of this imposing Base Negra face. Our first rider is going to be Canada's Jonathan Penfield. Jonathan Penfield has been nursing an ankle injury. Hadley, how does that affect his mindset coming into this event?
Yeah, Jonathan's a steady mind if there is one on the tour, but it certainly, he hasn't competed yet this season, so this will be an impressive start of his winter, absolutely. But if there's anyone who can stay cool, calm, and collected, it's really Jonathan Penfield.
Yeah, the enzyme engineer. He is actually a scientist, a snowboard scientist as well, always known for a unique take on these big mountain faces. You can see the riders have the option to hop up a little bit to get to this elevated perch, and below that you can see on the right side of your screen lurking this massive chunk of terrain as John now eyeing up, making sure he is in the correct spot to kick things off and get this run started.
Exactly. This year looks a little bit different than the previous years. There's a huge cornice, so he had to really aim where he was going to enter into this chute, which you can see he's now riding with complete control in and out of that sunshade line.
So here we get the first view of what the snow conditions are like for the riders here in the first World Championships. Powder conditions, absolute superhero snow. You can see there's one track where Jonathan's going. That was from our Forerunner, which they run just to assess snow conditions. So Jonathan kind of easing into things with a couple airs, feeling out the landings. How important is that to do high in your run, Hadley?
Yeah, you really want to build that confidence as you go, stay strong, and feel what that snow is at the top, knowing that there is a possibility that the conditions will change. You see Jonathan finding his way down, and that snow, it looks like cream cheese to me. Very easily turnable in, consistent, and really supports the rider from underneath.
Yeah, really perfect snow for competition riding. Jonathan airing into a double with a large second stage, and still more features lurking below him as he gets on that heel side edge, setting himself up for this landing and executing perfectly. More to come still, Hadley.
Yeah, he's really finding everything he can. I think he's testing that ankle, and from what we can see, it holds up quite well, and Jonathan will make his way through the arch as the first rider in the Freeride World Championships.
Yeah, that is a historic run from Jonathan Penfield, being the man to open up this event, putting it down top to bottom clean. The judges, of course, will be rating his run versus the categories that they have as we take a look back at this replay.
Exactly. Jonathan had some great big airs. You'll see this nice, I believe it almost turns it into a double there. I think where they'll probably dock him a little bit is where he traversed some across the venue. Maybe his speed wasn't as high. You'll see the judging criteria there right on the side of your screen. And yeah, fluidity is a little bit low. I think you could feel fluidity often is the energy from top to bottom.
Yeah, energy and pace within the terrain. So we're going to see Jonathan Penfield now as he is at the bottom with a huge smile on his face. His first run this year in a competition bib. All right, well, he's telling the folks at home to enjoy the show. A 62.67 to set the stage for Jonathan Penfield, riding out of Squamish, BC, Canadian rider, and the first rider to drop as we go right back up to the top. We had a bit of convective cloud around this morning that was obscuring visibility, so a slight delay in the event. So these riders have been really, you know, some of them I think maybe building some stress, others just building froth. As you see there, the next rider waving his hands, he's going to be dropping out of start number 2. Michael Mon out of Bridger Bowl, Montana. Michael, another rider who has been off the competition circuit this year, but opted to join in for the first ever Freeride World Championships. The goofy-footed rider now dropping in on this incredibly steep start section.
Exactly. We talked about this in the FIS preview. 47 degrees at this top. It's really like sliding down the side wall of your house. And this one you can see there in the rocks. There's so much to navigate as Michael pokes his way into this entrance.
Yeah, just getting a veritable river of slough running before he commits to the fall line, putting himself through the exposure, a beautiful heel side carve out and toe side edge around all of those rocks. Michael Mon starting things off with a bang and flying over that first feature.
Exactly, Michael just using all of his skill set there, knowing when to really lay it down and put the board in the fall line and when to slow it a bit through that technical top section.
So Michael, the first rider from this powerful USA team here, as we said, riders going for their country, landing on the toe side edge directly into a carve. Michael just showing this mastery of snowboard skills as he makes his way down to the central section of this enormous Basse Negre face.
It really is a big face, and a lot of these riders are loving these things like those trees to keep them navigating where they are on the face and in space. Here we come, approaching the first windlet. Nice.
Lofty backside 3 for Michael Mon, airing out again, and now onto this lower apron. You can see there's this cat road that is a part of the ski resort that the riders have to navigate their way onto. Michael doing a beautiful job of taking that at an angle so the impact was lessened. An extremely fast run for Michael Mon.
Yeah, you can really tell the tempo of that run was high. He was ready to get from the top to the bottom. But again, Derek, look at this top entrance. There's so many rocks that just want to grab your board through there.
Yeah, Michael Mon putting up a huge amount of spray. The snow conditions absolutely immaculate as Michael flying down this face. You can see the video judge loving his control as he takes on that double and then has to get on that edge, Hadley, or he flies off another cliff.
Exactly. If you don't make that windlip, you're not going to have a great day below you, but Michael doing it perfectly with great style.
How was yours? Nice. What up? Yeah, great snow. Gracias, Andorra. Everybody.
Confirmed by Michael, great snow. That's exactly what we want to hear.
That was so steep, and the top was terrifying. Blake had to hype me up to get in there. Hey, everybody.
Well, big love for all the folks at home there from Michael Mon as we see Jonathan Penfield sitting in that Mammut leader's seat. The two of them catching up, sharing stories of their adventures down this face. As the score dropping for Michael Mon, looking to beat a 62.67. He goes 69. So Michael Mon taking on the Mammut leader seat, the second rider down and the first one from this powerful Team USA. Incredible moments here already at the first ever Freeride World Championships. The drone flying back up this massive face. He said terrifying at the start.
It makes us all of us mortals watching be reconfirmed that even these guys think this stuff is a little bit scary.
Well, the next rider up top, the first member of the other huge, powerful team here, Enzo Nilo, riding for France, Les Belleville. He rides out of Val Thorens in France. Enzo has wins on the Freeride World Tour, and you know he is hungry for a World Champions title.
Certainly, and starting right off the gate, holding on through that snow with a massive 3. As he approaches, this is where we see the bomb debris, which can be a tricky thing to navigate, and they don't know it's going to be there till the morning of.
Yeah, that's right. The avalanche control going down this morning as Enzo getting himself into another feature, catching a grab there, getting a little push forward, but handling it. That's why you do your sit-ups in the summer, kids. That core strength, absolutely critical to ride at this level. And Enzo Nilo with a big backflip, a slight trajectory error there, and getting a bit rumbled through the rocks. Got a head tap there. That's the universal I'm okay sign, but I think more than anything, Enzo just bummed. You can see with the body language, he is disappointed with that. Yeah, waving his arms. So physically okay, psychologically a tough blow for a rider who was really looking to put his best foot forward here.
Exactly. You can see it looked like he landed straight onto a rock. So that trajectory when they take off, again, these riders have not skied this face before. So when they're inspecting, they have to estimate where on an air they're going to take off so that when they land, they're going to clear any debris in the landing.
Hadley, I mean, you've done this, ridden on the Freeride World Tour. How difficult a skill is that to look at it from across the valley and actually really, truly know where you're going?
It's a skill that takes years to really hone in. I mean, if you imagine it, everything is reversed. And especially with airs, what you see from the bottom is the rocky side, but coming in from the top, you only see snow. So it's quite a challenge to figure out where you are in space.
All right, well, we'll take a look back at this replay as he sets up the backflip, launches, and then you can see, yeah, the trajectory was way off. Much two riders right there landing directly onto that rock. Really
right on the rock, and then unfortunately through the rocks below him. Let's hope that he is doing well. He might have some bruises in the morning.
Yeah, that was a heavy impact for Enzo Nilo. Hopefully he's all right. He is down in the finish, safe and sound. So unfortunately, Enzo Nilo having some trouble on this face, and he's checking his board. Hopefully the board took the bulk of the impact. Sometimes you can get the board out in front of you, take the impact, but for sure the rest of them, maybe a bit of a hand impact there as well for Enzo Nilo. As he comes through the finish, a little bit worse for wear, but he's safe and healthy in the bottom. Big hug for fellow rider there, American Michael Mon, the man sitting in the Mammut leader seat, score coming in at 26.67, so not going to trouble that top spot set by Michael Mon right now. So this event started in earnest now as we go back up to the start gate. It is the FIS Freeride by Mammut, and Argentina represented well here with an extremely strong team. Valle Elum, the home of Tomas Castelli. He was absolutely frothing to get things going this morning. Argentina on an absolute tear in freeride right now.
They really are. This is such a talented rider. You see in all of his videos, he comfortably spins both ways. He's been working on the qualifying and challenger series for the Freeride World Tour, but this is his first debut on a big world stage, and I bet he feels that.
Yeah, and he may be the rider from the furthest south on the, oh, and just getting a little bit unglued there as the board sunk into the snow. What caused that, Hadley?
I think he was just tipped a little bit forward on that takeoff, and then everything is a little top heavy from there.
All right, well, Tomas Castillo still enjoying the absolute glorious powder conditions on tap here in Andorra for us, poking out the shifty, and you can see the Argentinian fans are behind this man. There's a lot of Argentinians that live in Andorra in the northern hemisphere winter, and they have come out in droves to cheer on their team.
Exactly. Let's see how he navigates this very technical section into the wind lip air, riding with speed and keeping everything in control.
A big slash turn there to set up this last feature, and Tomas poking it out, and the same thing again. So I wonder, Hadley, if the deep snow is causing a little bit of difficulty for some of these riders. They're not quite sure how far they're going to penetrate their boards into the snow.
Yeah, you could see his, what the dialect refers to as a bomb hole, how deep it actually was. It could cover his whole body. So I think the snow does have more depth. And because it had a lot of humidity, it's also thicker, so you can easily get stuck.
Well, we take a look back here at the run of Tomas Castelli. Looking really stylish on the takeoff of that one, and a solid landing on the first one, but unfortunately a little bit further down, Hadley.
Yeah, not the run he probably wanted today, but a great showing of what he can do in the future. Yeah, and you see he was just already leaning too far forward in the air, and it's really impossible to recover from that on the way back.
Well, big hugs for the, it's such an interesting dynamic between competitors, friends, but also rivals here on the world stage for these athletes. So Tomas doing Argentina proud, absolutely going for it. And these riders are not going to leave anything on the table. A 16-point run with a couple of crashes there. So Michael Mann holding on to that top spot right now with his 69-point run.
Allez, viens, t'es chaud, hein? Allez, mon gars. Merci. Et fais-toi plaisir, surtout. Merci.
All right, well, back we go. The Swiss rider, Liam Rivera, 26 years old, coming out of Verbier, Switzerland. The Swiss, another group that have brought an extremely talented team to come here and vie for a world champion's title. Liam Rivera directly out of start one with a fall line approach.
Yeah, this fall line approach is really helpful to get a few turns in to make your confidence go higher and higher. But as you see, he's now entering into a much rockier zone, and this is a zone that there is only one way out of.
Liam has to point it into the fall line, flying over the rocks and landing perfectly. There were a lot of questions about that Christopher Turdell closeout couloir. Now Liam Rivera coming into this jump, landing backflip, getting butt checked, coming out of the powder cloud though. The judges notice things like that, Hadley.
They certainly do. They'll dock that landing for sure, but Liam is on a tear for the rest of his run, really showing that fall line strong, aggressive approach.
And continuing to push Liam Rivera off that ledge, now heading over into the lower section where a ton of terrain features are looming below, and it's a veritable maze for the riders to figure out exactly how to access the features that they want to get to. The Swiss fans down below getting wild with the cowbells as Liam Rivera entering an extremely technical section.
Exactly. Beautiful double out of the Swiss rider, and he's still hungry for more. Able to make a nice three with this wind lip. You know what's so fascinating, Derek? A lot of people hitting just one air in one run is impressive, and you have to think these riders are hitting 5, 6 massive cliffs just from top to bottom, and that takes such a good headspace to be able to do.
Yeah, Liam really connecting the dots there, feature to feature to feature. And with the judging criteria the way they have, what aspects of that are the judges going to like?
They're going to like, I mean, the commitment at the start for sure is something that they're going to really like. What you have to be careful with is that the features that you're hitting all sort of flow together. What they don't want is to see you go way across the venue just to hit one. They call it Pac-Man style. This is something they want to avoid, but I think Liam did a good job of seeing what in my run can I make advantage of, not skipping anything and making sure that everything was worth hitting.
Yeah, tacking on some air and style points with the front side 360 and getting the grab. The judges love that. And the Swiss rider jogging into the finish. It's quite a long, flat approach to the finish, so you see some of the snowboarders having to unstrap before they even get to the end. Swiss flag there. Liam's Swiss compatriot, Jenna Keller, bringing the flag out as the judges now getting to work, gauging what he did against the criteria. Hadley, you mentioned the commitment to the fluidity at the top. That was such a critical piece of terrain that he just flashed.
He really did such a great job. I think the only thing they're going to dock on is a few of those landings he hit, or at least one in particular in my memory. He took it a little bit to his butt, so that will bring his score down. But
well, they've had their say, and it's an 84-3-3. So the Swiss rider into the Mammut leader seat and sitting right where you want to be as an athlete. Hadley, more stressful? Obviously, you want to be there, but with such a stacked field still at the top, it's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking.
I think you just don't get very comfortable at any point in the day here.
All right, back up we go. Asato Yoshida riding out of Niseko, Japan. You know this man is happy and comfortable riding powder, his home resort, having the season of seasons, and he has been lapping it up back home and now joining us in Andorra to vie for a world champion's title right off the bat into the air.
Right into the air, keeping that board straight into the fall line. And when you have that board in the fall line, it really shows that you are committed to your riding.
A big 360 there, and he was rated ranked the #1 rider in Asia for 2025. So you know this man has what it takes to get it done on these big freeride faces. And you can see Hadley just moving the board around, how comfortable he is in these snow conditions.
Yeah, he likes soft snow for sure, and it's nice that we can provide that for him here in Andorra.
Well, Sato making his way down to this big block. Perfect landing, getting onto that heel side edge. Regular foot rider, which means left foot forward. So riders kind of have that, you know, that choice at a young age or whatever feels right. As Sato now coming down, and there's a lot of terrain lurking before you. Can see a couple bommels. Big 360 in, getting bounced, holding on, no, getting pushed right over the front of his board.
Oh, that's always heartbreaking, but you know you're not at the bottom. These athletes really have to recalibrate after those small crashes and set up.
Oh, and going for the 540, getting bounced out of that one too. Almost looked like the board kicked up, hands to the sky. Another rider leaving nothing on the table. These riders are going for it today.
Exactly, you know that it's a one-run format, so really the option is give your best and nothing less than that. You can see here, so committing right out the start gate, going for that piece of the air right on the side, making his way down while enjoying some really nice snow and showing that he has tricks.
Yeah, the freestyle game strong with this rider. Lofty frontside 3, but looked like maybe uncovered a rock under the snow and the board just pushed out from under him. You can see the Mammut line tracker there, an extremely direct line. Hadley, you talked about fluidity. Seems like that was on point for the fluidity scores here.
Exactly. You almost imagine if you pour a glass of water from the top of the venue, where would the water stream down? And I think it would pretty much follow Sato's line directly.
Well, you can see a smile and a bit of a shake of the head as he shares a story there with Liam Rivera, our current leader, 31-3-3. That is the score. So Liam Rivera sitting on top right now. Anxious moments, Michael Mon in second, and Canadian Jonathan Penfield currently sitting in third. Only the 3 clean runs so far out of 7 riders, or out of 6 riders, sorry. Unfortunate to let you know, Cody Bramwell will not be taking the start today as we roll on. Timmy Schroeder riding for the German team, Hochfugen, his local shred resort, and he is starting right on top of some serious terrain.
Yeah, that's a really no-fall zone as Timmy just straight lines right over it all. Might as well get it done as quick as possible.
Well, Tim was a mainstay on the Freeride World Tour. He's riding on the Challenger Tour this year in Region 1, which is Europe and Oceania, and getting himself into an extremely technical part. Airing in, and just not quite able to hold on to the board as he gets bounced there into a somersault. Not really affecting his fluidity, though.
Not too bad, but you could see there was a lot of texture in that snow, a lot of bumps, and could have been old avalanche debris or rock, but Timmy continuing to move down, lacing together a nice double there.
Yeah, keeping it flowing, keeping it moving, and really looking like he's enjoying the conditions out there. Absolutely pristine powder snow on offer for all of these riders on the Bassa Negre face here in Ordino Arcalís, Andorra, the home of the first Freeride World Championships. A beautiful 360 there for Tim, turning it into a double and now flying out the bottom.
You can really see the powder cloud behind him, full speed ahead as he enters in. Again, Timmy Schroeder, great run from him. I really love this top section.
Yeah, such commitment out of the start gate to just put the nose of the board in the fall line and let gravity take you away. You can see how steep it is, and there, like you said, it looked like there was a little something under the snow. Some, as you said, some texture in it, which kind of has an indication that something's lurking. Gorgeous style on that 360 from Tim.
Yeah, these riders, you know, that inspection really comes down to those tiny, tiny details. They haven't had the best view all week of the slope, but that sort of is the line between the people that win and lose, is that they really pay attention to the small stuff.
And Hadley, with the snow, you know, we've had snow almost every day since we've been in Andorra. So how does that affect the riders when the conditions are kind of constantly evolving?
Yeah, you know, you just don't really know what you're going to get. And I think they should be super happy because what they got is almost as perfect as it could be for a free ride comp.
Well, the judges having their say. Score coming in at 56 for Tim Schroeder. So Liam Rivera, another big challenge, fended off there as the Swiss rider sitting in the Mammut leader's seat as rider after rider trying to challenge him for that top spot. And back up we go for the first member of Team Australia. Australian snow sports in a great place here at the FIS Freeride World Championships. Vaughn Hardwick, 20 years old, riding out of Pershore, living in Monavale. He's a surfer at heart, and Narrabeen is his local break. So a heavy break there and a heavy venue in front of Vaughn, riding on the Challenger Tour at the moment and now stepping up to the big leagues in the World Championships.
Yeah, grew up at the beach, but is showing us quickly that he can handle the snow as well.
Well, I love watching the Aussies ride. You know, his home resort, Pershore in Australia, got a lot of good terrain, but not often does it have snow like this, though. So Vaughn's been spending time in Europe and putting in the miles to really step up his game and laying out a huge backflip. Vaughn Hardwick showing how you get it done on this huge world-class mountain.
Exactly. He was formerly a park rider and actually got into freestyle because the park comp was closed. The competition had been canceled and he decided to do the freeride, junior freeride comp that was open that day. And so one small decision changed his trajectory, and here he is for the first ever World Championships. That's a pretty cool pivot. Yeah,
love to see the pathway that riders end up in freeride as he is coming down over another serious chunk of terrain. Vaughn Hardwick lining things up, popping off and into the air as he gets on that heel side to redirect for this feature. And another massive backflip. Vaughn Hardwick unable to hold on, so close to, I mean, every piece of that was spectacular, but a significant control issue at the bottom.
Yeah, you can really see, I think it's a little bit of either the debris from the bomb or just the slough that had been released from all the riders before that. It's really catching everyone in that landing. But look at this perfect backflip.
Yeah, landing directly over the center of his board and then flying, tweaking it out with the grab right between the feet. Vaughn Hardwick knows how to get those air and style points. And another really committed backflip. Hadley, take a look at that landing.
Yeah, I think you really see, if you're watching the screen, the texture of that snow is so much different. And from our viewpoint, it really just looks like the slough from the previous riders. And so that surface is no longer clean. And all of a sudden your landing isn't as smooth as you were probably expecting.
All right, so score dropping there, 59.67, pushing Vaughn Hardwick into fourth right now as he's got a smile on his face. He's, you know, for some of these riders that compete on the Challenger Tour, stepping up to truly the biggest stage in freeride is a huge accomplishment in and of itself. And for him to put down a run like that, I think he's put the freeride world on notice that we are going to be seeing much more of the young Aussie rider. Liam Rivera, Michael Mon, Jonathan Penfield is your top three currently. Back up to the top we go. Another member of Team France, César Perrin, burst onto the freeride world tour scene this year, riding out of Val Thorens, France. A really strong pocket of freeride coming out of Val Thorens right now as César getting things started with a huge backflip.
Nice. Yeah, you're really, as a rider, thinking about the tempo of your run, and it's a really great way to get the judges to notice you quickly. As he sets up again, another great straight air, making his way through this nice section where he probably gets a chance to breathe before setting up for this popular backflip.
Big backflip. César getting a little bit bounced in the landing, and we may see that landing evolve and get tougher for riders in the later sections. Airing now into this little pocket, but handling it perfectly. César showing beautiful board control as he moves into a previously untapped section of this face. Look at the rocks lurking below him. Perfect execution for César.
Really nice, really creative. I don't know if he knew because he was going a little bit further down the line to find some fresh snow, or if he's just a creative line picker.
Well, looking good so far. He's got to get on that heel side edge and gather a ton of speed as he heads across towards this wind lip. And Cesar going double backflip and coming up short. This man was not here for second place, looking to win a world championship title and leaving it all on the line as Cesar flying off that last feature. Wow, well, big mountain freestyle. Cesar putting all the pieces together almost.
Almost. Let's look at this. I mean, really, it's such a great confidence booster to start the run like that. He did have a little bit of a butt seat drop, but the second one, same thing. His landings aren't perfect, but man, he's going for it. And then this speed going into the double, and just not enough to make it all the way around.
Well, we're thankful that that reception was powder there. Cesar coming down pretty much directly on his face, but absolutely going for it. This is what we expect from the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championship in Andorra by Mammut. This is incredible. These moments here, we are witnessing history, and Cesar can be extremely proud of that. You can see the look on his face. He went for it with everything he had in a 61-point run into fourth place. He's got his hands up high. That's a run to be proud of. Cesar would love to see these riders. They're going for it. And again, you're either world champion or you're not. So nobody leaving anything behind. Empty the pockets on the table and show all your cards as we're going back up to the top. From Team France to Team New Zealand, Conrad Niven, a standout on the Freeride World Tour last year, riding out of Buttermilk, Colorado, Aspen, his home, and Conrad has been absolutely frothing to be back in the freeride community over in Europe.
He really has. You know, I think misses competition at the highest level, and this is his chance to show why he is here.
So Conrad hopping up, giving a little high five. If you see these people on the face and around, we've got the safety team, doctors, medics, guides, all scattered around, including the ski runners, as Conrad gets things started airing into the top of this couloir. So it's not just random people on the mountain, but a very, very dedicated team of safety professionals.
Exactly, not just super fans, but useful humans up there. We'll see Conrad enjoying that fresh pow on his way down on the hunt for his next feature.
Yeah, heel side carving off of that one, using the heel side edge again to just get himself back under control as he approaches this feature, grabbing the board. So Aaron style points there, Hadley, for the judges as Conrad moves into the central section of this giant face. Oh, and hitting a wind drift there, getting bounced off his feet. Conrad Niven, was that a case of just too much speed in the wrong place?
I think he needed the speed to make it through this slower section, but yeah, you can see this must be a little bit of, it looks almost like a moat as he's approaching this air. I think he wanted to have some speed to go pretty big. And you see he's finding his way through this really technical, very rocky section. As he moves down, you can see what's behind him, and it was all rock.
And the slough just pouring down as Conrad pointing it off this huge double, almost a bomb drop there, going well past the transition and deep into the snow.
As you said, a lot of these riders were really going to do the biggest thing that they could find because they figured one run might as well go for glory. But it's certainly a consideration to think the biggest thing is also an incredible risk. It doesn't guarantee that the line will be clean. And so I think the riders really had to find sort of that balance of where's the edge that I'm going to push, but how do I stay on my feet in doing so?
Well, looking back, Hadley, as Conrad was setting this up, hard to tell where he was going, but right off the nose of that huge air, that was a big impact. It looked like maybe the GoPro flew off his helmet.
Yeah, strong impact, really just like jumping out of the second story of your house straight onto the ground, and that landing didn't look steep enough to really carry the momentum and ensure that he rid out of that.
Well, Conrad approaching the Mammut finish arch. You can see it's a bit of a flat approach there, so the judges are going to drop a score. A 13-point run for the New Zealand team rider, Conrad Niven, living in Aspen, Colorado, riding out of Buttermilk. And another big challenge fended off by the Swiss rider. Will a Swiss flag be raised over the top of the podium? Unclear so far. Back up we go, and back to Spain. Paul Sabido-Juve, the Spanish champion in 2025 of freeride. Another athlete riding on that Challenger Tour. He's making his home in Verbier, so no stranger to big terrain. As Paul popping out of the gate, and Hadley, you can see how steep it is directly out of the start gate.
Really steep. I mean, 19 years old, already on the world stage. It's really incredible to see how these junior level riders are transitioning into these adult competitions with so much confidence and such a big skill set already.
Well, and this man was pumped up this morning when we were coming up the chair. He had fire in his eyes, doing it for his country. Paul now into the guts of this couloir, looking to lace some turns and show the judges that strong snowboarding technique.
Yeah, that couloir was a bit of a question for the riders of how high they could get up into it to hit a few extra airs.
Nice lofty backside 360 for Paul. So throwing some air and style points into the game, and a long, long jump there for Paul as he is now cleaned through the upper section of this face with two big features and a trick. So a really strong campaign for the young Spanish rider.
Exactly. This is his time to catch his breath, do a quick reset, and get ready for this bottom part of the venue, which has a ton of features and a lot of ways down through it. We'll see as he weaves through these rocks. Full commitment, nice 360, and heading straight into another air.
Well, oh, Paul just getting bounced over the front of his board. It looked almost like he was so committed to that toe side edge that he just couldn't hold his momentum.
Yeah, that could be the case. And again, we've seen quite a few riders crash there. I think that snow texture is unexpected.
Well, let's take a look back at this replay. Strong start from Paul.
Yeah, he able to get a little bit of chunk of that cliff, and then heading through this full gas, full commitment. There's not a lot of turns available in that couloir. And then nice 3 to get himself showing that he has the tricks in his bag. And then this is a really committing air. You can see the rocks in the landing, and you have to be really specific how you get out of it with those 2 rocks on the other side. And I loved the commitment into this one.
Yeah, the front side 3 so scary because you cannot see at the end of the rotation where your landing is, and then just getting caught up in the powder. Hadley, some of these couloirs have had some slough. Also, the ski patrollers bombed the face earlier, and some surface slough ran down. Describe what that's done to the landing areas in some of these zones.
Yeah, it changes the landing area, and what's tricky for the riders is they're picking their line last night, the day before that. And the hard part is, we can see the emotion that they don't know until the morning of that they bomb what those landings are really going to look like. So you have to be able to make some decisions on the fly.
So the revolving door of 4th place as Paul Savido-Juve takes over in 4th. Liam Rivera sitting on top, but this is a dangerous man on a snowboard. He is the 2022 Freeride World Tour champion. He is the 2025 Natural Selection Tour runner-up. Blake Moeller, an absolute weapon on a snowboard, and one of the most genuinely stoked guys to ride a snowboard that you're ever going to find. Blake Moeller getting things started with a high-speed upper section.
Exactly, high speed, and you can just tell the way he rides. There's so much control of his board.
Yeah, Blake Moeller showing what made him stand out. This pace that he's going, the drone can't even keep up with him as he's just mastering this face at full speed, popping a huge 360. Perfect landing for Blake Moeller as he makes his way now into the middle and lower section of this face.
Yeah, it's such a fun person to see, and the way that he dips in and out of competition, and each time kind of dips in, wins, and dips out.
A 180 for Blake, so he's riding switch now on his toe side edge, but getting bogged as the speed was picking up that switch riding on the toe side. Unfortunately, Blake just kind of running, and a big lofty backflip out the bottom, getting bounced. That landing is really tricky. It wasn't the landing that took him down, though. Switch riding on the toe side, I mean, that's so technical.
Yeah, and I think we saw that's the exact same place as Sato also got eaten up. Maybe the transition is a little bit, they call it whoopee, so it kind of barrels out faster than you expect.
Well, Blake Moeller was on such a heater, getting the grab there on the front three. Such a perfect landing. And here's where we saw things get extremely interesting. 180 riding switch, which means wrong foot forward. Oh, and then we kind of missed that, but going for the backflip into the slough cone. And that compressed snow is proving really challenging for the riders. So a bit of a case of what might have been there for Blake Moeller. A shout out to Blake's mom, Shannon. It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Mom. You can see that crowd that's...
Well, you can see just by the body language there, Blake Moeller wanted that. As Liam Rivera, some anxious moments while he was watching Blake ride. Truly one of the strongest snowboarders on planet Earth. And that just goes to show how difficult it is.
Sorry you couldn't put it down.
Well, a bit of great Swiss sportsmanship there from Liam. I mean, this is such an interesting dichotomy from the riders, as you want to see the greatest riding, but also when you're sitting in that Mammut leader seat, you kind of want to see yourself at the top of the podium at the end of the day.
I really wanted to light that.
There we go, 33.67. That'll be in 8th place for Blake Moeller. And we are not done. One more rider of the day, and one that should make Liam shake a little bit in that leader seat.
Seriously, yeah. So nothing is done yet. Liam Rivera sitting on top, Michael Mon and Jonathan Penfield. That is the current 1, 2, 3. But the man at the top of the face has 4 Freeride World Tour titles. He has won everything there is to win in snowboarding, and he is so comfortable in big terrain. He's also riding a wave of confidence after a win at the last Freeride World Freeride World Tour stop in Val Thorens. It is Victor de la Rue. He is on the face now and kicking off his campaign for a world champion title for France, starting with a big 360, Hadley.
Nice 3, getting the judges awake, getting his legs awake, and riding in. It looks like he's staying on that heel side edge in order to get high enough for this next feature.
Yeah, and popping clean off that. Victor has barely made a turn yet, just holding fall line and keeping speed up for what is a huge laid out backflip. Getting a bit bumped though, a hand down. The judges noticed that in the control category.
They do, but Liam also had one, so I think Victor's really just got to make sure that he continues his run to be perfect for the rest of it.
Well, and Victor holding speed now. He has been absolutely flat out flying down this powder field. As you see there, Liam Rivera, he can see it on the screen in front of him. Victor de la Rue making his campaign, coming into this extremely technical double.
Well, perfect landing, able to make it straight into that Widlam. Nice 360.
Wow, well, Victor de la Rue, and he flies down now, getting the arms out into the cat track. Wow, well, interesting. So both of them have been a nod there. A big wave of gratitude from Victor to the entire freeride community. I mean, he has just been a pillar of the freeride world for such a long time.
Making use of that Yeti cooler jump at the bottom. Just wanted one more air to round out his run. Coming in to his French and Swiss friends. Let's take a look at the replay. Really perfect 3, perfect landing to start off his run, and this is the one with that big backflip. Makes it around, but then hits into the back, dragging his hand down. And for the judges, they'll just have to compare his mistakes to Liam's mistakes.
Yeah, as the rest of Victor's run just had a level of intensity. You know, he was full throttle. He was absolutely flying. You see the 360 into that double stager. That wind lip, because of the way it rolls off, Hadley, it turns into a double. How hard is that once you've landed to just go into the air immediately?
Well, let's see this score first. What's it gonna be? 80 points.
80-point run for Victor de la Rue. The Swiss team going absolutely ballistic as Liam Rivera is your very first ever Freeride World Champion. This man is just getting mobbed by his friends, compatriots, the rest of the Swiss. And we got the skiers out there. Everybody. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Really, he's got to feel so good. He's been on a heater on the Freeride World Tour this season, and now to continue the rest of his competition season as the Freeride World Champion, that's going to feel pretty good. You see his coach coming in, former Freeride World Tour rider, huge, huge hugs. So there we go, Liam Rivera taking the top spot as your FIS Freeride World Champion. Victor Deluru right behind him, and Michael Mon, the American, in third. Jonathan Penfield, fourth place, and Paul coming in for fifth place for his country.
Yeah, that's a huge statement for some of these younger riders there in the mid-pack, that they're not on the Freeride World Tour yet, but they show that they absolutely belong at this level of freeride. As we look down there, we got the Argentinian Tomas Castelli, Conrad Niven with a bit of a buck and bronco ride. And we are wrapped up with the first category. Huge congrats to our FIS Freeride World Champion, Liam Rivera. Welcome back to the very first ever Freeride World Championships by Mammut. My name is Derek Foos, joined by Hadley Hammer, and we are ready to kick off with Snowboard Women, the Snowboard Men putting on an electric performance, and have a look at who we are going to see dropping out of the gate.
First out of the gate for France, Noémie Iqui, followed right by an Australian, and then Anna Martinez again from France. And then look at the variety that comes from nations all over the world. We've got Michaela out of Australia, Isadora out of Chile, Mia Jones coming from America, Nuria from Spain, Canada, France. It's really stacked. It's going to be an exciting one to watch.
It is on here in Ordino Arcalís, Andorra. Conditions absolutely picture perfect. If you're just joining us, we are on the summit of the Basse Negre face. It is Snowboard Women vying to be the first time ever Freeride World Champion, and the first rider out of the gate is our reigning Freeride World Tour Champion, Noémie Iqui, riding for that powerful French team, and she would like nothing more than to kick this day off with a huge statement on this face.
You see as she comes straight lining right out the top, it's really so steep in that top section. If you miss the beginning, it really starts at close to 47 degrees at the top. So really intimidating way to start your ride, but she handles it with speed and fluidity and comes into this rocky technical section
with no hesitation. Noémie Iqui showing why she is a mainstay on international podiums around the freeride world. Absolutely flying. Look at the board control, Hadley, and the pace she's going right now.
Exactly, and the way that she's just so confidently standing on her board. She's ready for everything and really makes it look so beautiful.
Standing on her board and standing on the gas pedal. Fluidity, a huge component of these runs, and Noémie's run so far showing that she knows exactly where she's going. Lining up a big feature here. Noémie Iqui right off the nose of it.
And just has to make it through where the other boys got a little eaten up and heading towards that wind lip, or she has a second option, which she'll take, is to go into this gully, searching out for some other airs.
Yeah, big heel side slash, airing out of the pocket and avoiding that slough cone that has taken so many riders down. So the young French rider showing a real savvy knowledge of exactly how this face is evolving. As we look back here at the replay of Noémie's run, this start was so aggressive, Hadley.
So aggressive, so confident. I think that's her mark, saying, I know what I'm doing. And same here, very little pause as she enters into this such a steep, rocked out landing. You can see she's holding on perfectly. I think it's a rider that really says, I know where I'm going, and I'm going there fast.
And the Mammut line tracker showing that direct approach, fall line approach from the top to the bottom of the Basse Negre face. Big smile on the French rider as she comes into the finish, and a big hug for her French teammate here, as she has locked in and put down a performance that is going to get the judges working and get some of those riders at the top potentially scratching their heads. to get ready to answer. So Noemi Aki, she is a Freeride World Tour champion. She is, well, extremely accomplished in the snowboard world, and the score coming in at an 81.33. So that's a statement from the judges, Hadley.
Yeah, they said we really like that. And I think when you really talk to the judges, what they want to see out of these snowboard women is speed and fluidity and full commitment to their line. And I think Noemi just provided all of those things.
Well, from France to Australia, home resort Mount Hotham, Bryony Johnson, she's the terrain park supervisor, so you know she knows how to get into the air, knows what she's looking for when it comes to jump shape. As Bryony now on course, she's got a hop up here. The option to go riders left here has been quite popular with the snowboarders.
It really has. A lot of the riders were looking at archival footage from 2018, the last time this venue was used. It does look a little bit different this year. The cornices built up by the wind have really protected the entrance into the venue, so it's a little different, requires a little bit more of this hopping around. But yeah, when you can't, what's interesting for the riders is they can't really see over until they're right on the edge.
Yeah, so Bryony just putting herself into position. We've got the mountain guides there, just giving her a little bit of a steady hand up on her board, and now ready to kick things off. What a start. You know, you're standing on the ledge there, and then immediately just into the guts of it.
Exactly, and again, this is another rider that's been riding on the qualifying series, the Challenger series, so you don't have that full big stage experience yet. I think that adds to the nerves of these younger riders.
Yeah, so Bryony now coming out of the couloir, getting onto that toe side edge with a clean turn and getting out past all the tracks into fresh powder. I mean, this feels so good for any rider to be riding in snow conditions like this.
Yeah, fresh powder and sunshine, it's pretty hard to beat those two things.
So riding goofy foot there, which means right foot forward, getting the grab, air and style points on the table, one of the 5 categories that the judges are looking for and looking at as she's making her way down this. You can see that enormous cliff looming behind her. It's providing a little bit of protection for the snow conditions, as the snow absolutely immaculate. And another big air there for the Aussie rider straight into the white room. Hadley, how difficult is that to see when you spray the snow right up over your head?
100% difficult. I would say it really blinds you for that second, but as a good rider does, they continue to move, and you can see she's really just lacing her turns and completing them together to keep that momentum moving down the hill.
Yeah, showing that edge-to-edge control as the terrain rolls off again and biting off a big chunk there into the air. And now not a lot of traffic gone through here, so you can see snow conditions still holding up.
Not a ton. It looks like she still has a few features below her that she can utilize to just continue to increase that line score. You know, when they leave the gate, the judges are kind of just building things as they go. So you hit an air, you get a few points. You add some style, you get a few points on top of that. You crash, you lose a few points. So it's this really fluid sort of bar that's happening throughout the day.
All right, well, we see on the replay here for Bryony, so fluidity up, air and style a little lower, but that is one of the most glorious moments for any free rider, just completely white rooming yourself. I really like that turn, Hadley, onto the heel side edge and immediately into the air.
Exactly, and she handled it. You could see the snow is getting a little bit warmer over there, the snow setting up, and she handled it with no problem.
Yeah, a bit more of a southeaster or easterly aspect to that side. So we will see some sun effect on the snow on that side. A bunch of different micro aspects as Bryony now in the finish. The judges getting to work comparing her run to the criteria. 73.33. So she moves into second, and Noemi Aki, the French rider, holding on to that top spot. And a big hug for these two co-competitors as we are back up to the top. Anna Martinez riding out of Chamonix, France, another standout on the Freeride World Tour, and another rider who would desperately love to hold her flag high on top of the podium as the first Snowboard Women's Freeride World Champion. Anna Martinez getting set at a start number 2.
Yeah, this is such a strong young rider, and Anna's really just knocking on the door of first place. She tends to land in that third, that fourth, that second, and you know she just really has the fire to win.
And she's got such a strong big mountain style. Riding in Chamonix, France, the steeper it gets, the more comfortable she gets in the terrain. And you can see there just the way she's moving on her board, so technically precise. She's got to wiggle her way through this little couloir into the next chute, and now coming out with a handful of speed.
Yeah, really nice the way that she handled the change in the snow, the change in the steepness. Yeah, as you said, she's comfortable in that steep terrain, but also able to still get her board in the air.
Oh, and just laying down some absolutely gorgeous powder carves as Anna now taking a double. So biting off a couple pieces of terrain in one go. The judges like to see that in the line score, Hadley.
They really do. It's so technical. You don't have time to react. So whatever you do off the first jump means that the second jump, you have to just continue as is.
And look how steep this is. You can see the slough running down, just taken by gravity. Ana Martina's getting bucked, though. Unfortunately, Hadley, it looked like a little balance issue there.
Yeah, it seemed like she was too far on that heel side edge when she entered in, and then wasn't able in that steep terrain. Ooh, and then taken out by quite a lot of slough. So that slough, she probably released on one of her turns, and then what riders have to be really careful about is where it will continue, and then make sure that you can't run into it because there is no crossing slough.
And you can see it right there in her pathway, the slough kind of intersecting with her travel point and unfortunately getting pushed off her feet. As we see here from the drone, Hadley, this just really indicates the steepness of this line.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a committing thing. There's a lot of rocks on this venue, so you really have to be specific where you go. And I love how Anna just makes a nice double full commitment, very little pause there. And good air, but you can see, yeah, that slough had built from her turn below, and unfortunately you really just can't cross the slough.
Yeah, it's almost the same as just walking out into traffic. You got to look both ways before, or at least uphill. It's unlikely to be coming from below you, but you got to look over your shoulder when you're crossing out of a couloir like that because the snow that you have released is coming down, and Ana Martina's getting taken out by that. So a bit of a bumpy ride for Ana Martinez as she shares a hug with her countrywoman. The score to beat 81.33. Ana Martinez not going to trouble that with a 40.33 run for the Chamonix rider. Back up we go, and crossing the globe, the first of the Japanese team to drop in for Snowboard Women. And these riders are hungry. They've been having a blast here in Andorra, riding powder. We see Hana Kinoshita riding 20 years old only. She said she comes from Mount T, which is Tanegawa-deke. Extremely exciting young rider here. Riding, I mean, she was at the Junior World Championships just a couple of years ago. She's so young, but already on this big stage.
Yeah, it's wild to think how much experience these riders already have in competition. You can see with her mindset, she's ready to just take as many airs as she can in this top section.
Completely blinded there by that powder cloud as she puts her board into the fall line. And Hannah looking to stack up the line score. Hadley, describe how you build a line score on one of these faces.
Again, the riders exit the starting gate kind of around a 50, let's call it, and then the judges are building the score from there. From each hit you hit, depending on the size, you add a little few points. If you have air and style in those airs, you add a few more points. If you crash, you subtract a few more points. Also, if you slow down at some point, the judges are really going to dock you there. They want to see that you know where you're going and that you're moving through it.
Well, Hannah enjoying these glorious powder conditions here. Line score may be a little bit on the lower side as there's a few features gone by, but the judges notice that stuff as they are building a score. But the conditions here, oh, and Hannah getting bucked and going down, unfortunately. But still, with a whole lot of powder below her and lining up a sizable feature.
Yeah, making her way into this bottom air, nice clean landing and riding out. This is where you really have to let the board go and use gravity in your favor.
So Team Japan rider Hana Kinoshita Big toe side carve. Love when the riders just put the hand in the snow, brushing that powder. One of the greatest feelings on snow. And Team Japan rider down to the bottom. It's incredible. Henna's only 20 years old, and I guarantee you we're going to see a lot more of her on the world stage.
Exactly. You see those judging criteria from the video judge, control high, and then, yeah, it starts to go a little bit lower with the line and the fluidity in Aaron style.
Hadley, do you think for some of these younger riders, this is almost an opportunity to just feel out what it's like to be on this global stage?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's so many overwhelming aspects of it that the more you do it this young, the more comfortable you get with the cameras, with the big crowds, with the media requirements before.
All right, well, 49.67 there coming in for Hana Kinoshita, and we are back up to the top to another member of Team Australia, Australian Snow Sports, absolutely flying. Michaela Davis-Meehan, we've seen her lighting it up on the Freeride World Tour. She's making her home at Revelstoke Resort right now. She's a bit of a globetrotter, is Michaela, basically going where the snow is good and finding herself in exactly the right place now on the top of the Bassa Negro at the beginning of the FIS Freeride World Championships, and Michaela now vying for gold on this daunting start gate.
Exactly. You can see the wind is starting to pick up. And again, this is such a challenging way to begin your run with all these side steps, and the key for Michaela is to get that mental strength to then turn and drop in with full commitment.
Do you think, Hadley, there's an advantage for goofy-footed riders? You see there, Michaela is regular foot, meaning left foot forward. Hopping across that to get onto the ridge top looks difficult for a regular-footed rider.
It really does, and you just have the fall line looming below you. We'll see Michaela making her way into the entrance as we saw the other boarders before her.
What are the judges doing with this part at this stage?
They're waiting to see. It's really about when they didn't want you to take too long, but they said, you know, it's really once you drop that we're starting to really pay attention.
Right, so not no fluidity docks for the riders as they make their way across to effectively the top of their line. And you can see this above drone angle just shows how little Michaela can actually see in until she's at the very edge of the cornice. Waving the hands, that is the signal that she is ready to kick off her campaign in earnest as she edges over this cornice.
So picturesque with the wind blowing the snow above her in the skyline and just going full gas down this couloir.
Michaela pointing it into the fall line, getting onto that heel side edge as the terrain mellows out a little bit, allowing the riders to control speed before they come into this lower section, into the air. So Michaela Davis-Meehan now in the middle of this section. You can see the tracks are starting to build up. What kind of effect does that have on these runs?
Yeah, depending on how the heat and the temperature changes throughout the day, the tracks can get harder or firmer. Michaela taking a huge air. Definitely not riding out cleanly, but I love the speed she went into it and how much she got into the air.
Yeah, full commitment there. As we said, these riders are not playing for second place. They are putting together a run they feel can win this event, and then it's that delicate tightrope of how hard can you push and stay within your own envelope.
Exactly, and Michaela is definitely not one to shy away from a big cliff. As we see what's below her.
Carving on that track, a huge 360. Michaela bumping out of the landing, not quite able to hold on, but a massive statement there from the Aussie rider that she is throwing down here at the FIS Freeride World Championships. Really, really going for broke.
Really cool to see that put a smile on my face, just saying, look what I can do. Again, here's the start. Like Derek said, the riders really can't see what's below them the way that that cornice has built up. But Michaela going through, making this top technical section, she gets herself prepped for this huge three. So nice. It looks like she almost was in a bomb hole of a previous rider.
I think so, yeah. The rotation was perfect. She looked like she was over top of her board. But, you know, this is one of the elements of freeride is other riders are hitting features as well. So big hug there from Bryony Johnson, the rest of the Aussie crew, and everybody absolutely fired up. Michaela sending it and showing the world that these women are out for it. They want nothing more than a spot on the top of the podium. So the score coming in for Michaela, 54, with a significant control issue, but that is a run she can stand on and be proud of. Michaela Davis-Meehan sitting in third right now as we're about halfway through the snowboard women's category. Noemi Aki, Bryony Johnson, and Michaela Davis-Meehan. That is your 1, 2, 3 so far, but plenty of talent stacked up on top. We are heading down south to Chile for Isadora Asler Escala, 31 years old, riding out of El Colorado. Issy has been a mainstay on the IFSA circuit in North and South America, a real leader in the freeride community, and we're going to see exactly why as she gets herself into this phase.
Exactly, 4-time South American champion, second in the Challengers last year, so just right missing the cut to make it onto the Freeride World Tour. This is a woman that is at home in the mountains.
Yeah, and she is taking a brand new route. There are no tracks over here, and by this view, I can tell why. It looks absolutely terrifying. But Issy Asler weaving her way through there with technical precision as she gets onto the heel side and moves past this looming spire as the drone, unable to see exactly what she's poking into. Oh, glorious powder field for Issy Asler.
Wow, really technical way to enter into that section, and I love the creativity she's going where nobody else has gone.
Boom, huge face shot of powder cloud as Isadora Asler moving out, riding in this untracked powder. It gets the riders fired up, and if you're feeling it, you're feeling how your own riding is progressing, then they can just rally down here. So Issy Asler, she's found almost a completely untracked route down this face.
Yeah, it's really cool. She's also a mountain guide. She's done a lot of exploration in Torres del Paine and Patagonia, and I think that exploring spirit is on display here as she picks a line that was based out of curiosity.
All right, well, poking in. This venue has some flat parts and then some super steep bits. And you can hear the Chilean fans going absolutely ballistic at the bottom as Issy Asler making her way through these technical sections, coming at this windlet feature, popping up and over, another powder landing. This is a powder queen we're seeing on course.
It is, and she is not done yet. There's still a few options below her as she makes it into this really technical, tight section, lacing turns perfectly. Those were well-planned, well-thought-out turns that she just did.
Hadley, describe her exact knowledge. She knew where she was with pinpoint precision that entire run.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes are so good that even when they're visualizing, they're counting their turns in between each feature. They know exactly where not just they're jumping and landing, but where they're turning, and I think that really showed in her line.
Yeah, and you can see there the video judge showing the line score maybe a little bit lacking for Isadora Asler as they are counting features, the number of airs, the number of jumps and cliffs that you hit, all combined towards that line score, and maybe particularly relative to Noemi, a little bit less there, but a clean run nonetheless for Issy Asler.
Yeah, they're really, her and Noemi's line are gonna give the judges a hard amount of work ahead of them because they were quite different. I think Issy really showed more of this technical mountain navigation where Noemi went for the airs. We'll see a score of 55.33, so third place. The judges have spoken.
Yeah, line score potentially the issue there. Back up the top, we are flying through the snowboard women's category, and this is a dangerous woman. Mia Jones, only 20 years old, riding out of Palisades, Tahoe. She's leading the Freeride World Tour overall rankings in her rookie season. Hadley, she's 20 and she's riding like this. The skill set that this woman has is absolutely incredible.
It's really awesome to see, and also every time you see Mia, she's so excited to ride. Like, she's one of those riders that this week was coming back at the very end of the day, riding the road down from the resort after it had closed. Snowboarding is in her heart, and it's clear as she just makes quick, simple, precision-like work of that couloir.
And now picking up a ton of speed. I think one of the trademarks that we're starting to see Mia develop is at high speed, she still looks really comfortable. Never looks really rattled by the pace. She's able to just kind of throw the hand out. And you see it in her brother Cass's riding. Obviously, her parents, her dad is a legend in freeride. But Mia Mia Jones making her own way here in the freeride world and looking really solid on this face as she comes down towards the lower section. So far looking picture perfect. Mia Jones looking to pick it up at the bottom.
Yeah, we're really seeing why she is already podiuming in her first year on the Freeride World Tour. Just such great commitment and strong riding. Looking
at the balance there as Mia Jones flying out the bottom. A huge powder carve and coming right out of the steepest section. So really fast, maybe the fastest run we've seen today from Mia Jones.
Yeah, and look at that. What a way to start. I mean, that top section again, 47 degrees. And she handles it no problem, like a boss.
That turn was incredible. So precise, so technical, and coming out of the powder cloud. A big air there. So we're seeing technique and fluidity absolutely pumping, the line high. You know, maybe the one thing you could say was Erin's style, not a lot of tricks in that run, but I feel she just went for the pure freeride approach.
Exactly, really showing that she is strong on her board. Quite an extracurricular activity for this woman that is at Dartmouth becoming a doctor.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible what these athletes are able to achieve on top of their athletic performances, training, riding, and still finding the time to study. All right, so the judges are going to have their work cut out for them comparing the run with Noemi Aki.
Okay, wow. Exciting.
Huge smile on Mia's face. As, I mean, take away all the competitive aspect, but that run looked like a lot of fun.
It really did. She says a little loose, but all I saw was pretty tight precision from our viewpoint.
Yeah, it looked really, really solid. So the score dropping for Mia Jones, it goes to an 84, and Mia Jones takes over the Mammut leader seat from French rider. So a passing of that leader seat from France to USA. Mia Jones laying down an absolutely spectacular run. Bryony Johnson now bumping down into third for Australia. Izzy Asler and Michaela Davis-Meehan rounding out the top 5. Snowboard Women underway here at the FIS Freeride World Championships by Mammut. Nuria Castambaron, she is a hero in the Spanish freeride community. Nuria has been on the Freeride World Tour for years. She has been on podiums. She has been in the biggest mountains on the planet. This is a huge moment for Nuria and a huge moment for Spain.
Really, yeah, and you can see these riders where they're getting ready for their run for the day. It's quite a precipice that they start on.
Yeah, the intimidation factor, Hadley. What does it feel like to stand up there, knife edge dropping in both directions?
It's intense. It's not every rider's cup of tea for sure, and can definitely create more nerves for some of the riders at the beginning of their day than others.
Well, we know these riders are comfortable up there as Nuria points her board into the fall line and immediately up to full throttle, carving on that toe side edge. Nuria riding goofy foot, so right foot forward, giving herself the opportunity to set up some huge features below her.
Really nice speed. The tempo of this run is pretty incredible. She's really hasn't put the gas or the brakes on once, just full gas for the Spanish rider.
Trademark aggression. This is classic Nuria Castambaron at absolutely full speed, sending that double, just clipping around the outside, but looking like that was actually the exact right move to do to stay balanced.
Yes, foregoing the second one to just make sure that she continues this forward momentum down, using these trees again as markers as she makes her way into this section, which has gotten a little beat up now.
Yeah, you can see a ton of tracks from all the riders as Nuria is going to get onto the toe side edge. We do have that wind lip lurking below her. Nuria catching a bunch of speed, getting into a track and launching a big shifty, perfect landing for the Spanish rider. Huge heel side turn now coming down, gathering speed, Hadley, towards these final features.
Yeah, it looks like she'll try to get one more feature, just build up that line score. And man, the judges are gonna have a hard day today with these snowboard women. I think these runs are really interesting, thinking about Mia's maybe a little bit more technical and committing in some spots, but Nuria just full pedal.
Yeah, look at the way she pushed out of the start gate, and right away she's just at maximum velocity. Control and technique absolutely pinned from our video judge.
Yeah, nice air. Everything she came out of, she was just fully on her board. Popping the style, getting the grab there.
And showing a ton of control by being able to do that.
Exactly, that grab you can't do if you're flailing around.
So the Mammut line tracker showing just the directness of Nuria's line, rarely coming out of the fall line unless she needed to change direction, certainly not having to slow down, and the score going up to a 79. So Nuria sliding into third, a podium position potentially for Nuria Castan-Baron and Team Spain. The Spanish are here, and you can hear the bells behind. It's a really short pop over the border from Spain to Andorra, and the fans have come to support their Spanish freeride heroes. Mia Jones sitting on top, Noemi Aki and Nuria Castan-Baron. 1, 2, 3 so far, but we are nowhere near done. As we are looking up here at the ridge top, we have Canadian rider Natalie Allport. Natalie coming out of Mont-Tremblant, Quebec, the Eastern Canada representing up here in the Pyrenees on top of this epic peak. Natalie Allport, 32 years old, on the Freeride World Tour, dominated the Challengers last year in North and South America. And Natalie Allport now pushing off of this extremely imposing start to her run.
Exactly, Natalie, no stranger to competition. She's competed in CrossFit, snowboard cross, park, and now here in the steep of the freeride, and so comfortable no matter what she's doing on her board.
Yeah, Natalie's physically strong, mentally strong, capable and prepared as we see her pass out of the shadow into this glorious, sparkling powder sunshine, popping in air there and landing so clean. When Natalie is on, she is such a force in snowboarding and making her way through this daunting middle section of this gigantic Bassa Negra face.
Here we are picking up again, building that line score, making her way down, enjoying some sunshine turns. She's going where we haven't seen a rider go quite high, heading really far riders left of the venue.
Yeah, the Pyrenean powder providing the backdrop for Natalie Allport, Canadian rider coming out of Quebec and moving way, way out riders left. There are a number of features below her as the terrain rolls off and gets steep again. So Natalie eyeing up her next feature, heel side turn, just checking up a bit of speed and popping off the corner. And Natalie Allport, another big band to rock, clean off that as well. And now just powder glory below her as Natalie Allport wrapping things up. She still has one final little section before she gets to the road.
Yeah, I always think it's smart, these riders, you know, she was going second to last. It can be an advantage to find your own line, kind of wake the judges back up, but also not be in comparison with so many other riders. So we'll see what they do with this. Maybe not enough big features, but certainly strong, capable riding from the Canadian.
Yeah, and you can see it there from the video judge, the line a little bit lower, but all the other categories really pushed out towards the top end. I love that one. It was just the slightest check turn and then board back into the fall line. Full commitment to the air for the Canadian rider, unstrapping there, just sharing stories with Mia Jones as she sits in that Mammut leader seat.
Was it a little like crusty at the bottom? Yeah, really crusty. Hi Mom, hi Dad, hi Bally, hi Freddie. I'm just happy to land one. It wasn't as big as I wanted, but
well, some words for the folks at home watching Natalie Allport, a 76.33, so just below those podium spots for the Canadian in fourth. So real revolving door here in the snowboard women's category as we are moving through, and there is only one rider left. This is our event wild card. Mia Jones has some anxious moments ahead as Marion Erti, the four-time Freeride World Tour champion, the only rider left in the snowboard women's category coming out of Chambreuse, and the anchor for the French snowboard women's team. She's been the mentor for some of the other younger French riders, but Marion still has everything. She's won the Freeride World Tour. She's won natural selection. She is so comfortable in this big terrain and just getting right into Billy Goat zone at the top of the couloir.
Exactly. There's really no female rider as successful as Marion, and for a long time she even held the men's snowboard between men and women, she had the record for the most wins on the Freeride World Tour. And I love this between Marion and Mia. It's that generational thing that's so cool to see, especially in these championships events.
Yeah, and for Mia, getting to be at this event with Marion, someone that she's really looked up to for her entire junior career. You know, Marion, the dominant force in freeride while Mia was growing up, and now they are together on the same face. The young up-and-comer in the hot seat, and the champion absolutely flying down the face. So we are seeing extremely anxious moments from Mia Jones as Marion Erti doing her part, going absolutely max velocity into the lower section of this daunting Andorran face.
I love to watch Marion ride. She has just such confidence and grace on top of her board. She makes things so powerful, but also looks so beautiful at the same time.
Oh, going for the back three there, and Marion with a somersault. So she's going to look to regather herself, grabbing the board there and coming down onto this bladed-looking feature as she gets right off the nose, finding the powder pocket and fighting for balance for Marion Erti.
So cool to see that even at this point in her career, she's still going for the tricks, still trying new things, still pushing that level of women's snowboarding.
Yeah, as Marion joined the natural selection ranks, you saw her freestyle game really rise as she recognized that that was going to be necessary. But this just pure attack mindset that has become such a trademark for Marion. So you see there a big dock on control for that somersault, but really enjoy that full speed approach in her riding.
Yeah, I think Marion was taking the card of go big or go home, try something new, try something unique. We haven't seen a ton of tricks out of the women's snowboard category. Might not have worked out for her, but we definitely saw those glimmers of classic Marion style.
Well, yeah, you just love to see the go for it approach as Marion now in the finish. And we see the score dropping. It is a 61-point score. So now things starting to crystallize. Marion Erti in the finish, and the rider to the right of her on the screen. This young woman is the FIS Freeride World Champion, Mia Jones, bringing the thunder to the Pyrenees, sorting the flag out. Team USA taking a huge win there in Snowboard Women.
So exciting for this young rider. It's just so cool to see. Here you see the overall, our new FIS Freeride World Champion for women's snowboarding, Mia Jones out of America. Noemi Key out of France, number 2, Nuria Caston-Baron for Spain, 3, Natalie Alport for Canada, 4th, and Brioni Johnson rounding it out for 5th for Australia.
Well, what a historic day here for Snowboard Women as they threw down on this Bassa Negra face in Andorra, and the look on Mia's face tells the whole story. Absolute elation for the new Freeride World Champion, and being the first one to ever do it for Snowboard Women, a massive, massive statement for the young American rider.
At just 20 years old, that's a bright future ahead if you're starting already here.
Well, a huge grin on her face and a well-deserved win. Full charging approach.
Oh my God, I honestly can't believe it.
All right, well, she is excited, and we are wasting no time here at the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championships Andorra 2026 by Mammut. We are going straight into ski men. Mia's cousin, the wild card, Kai Jones, the youngest rider in this event, living in Jackson Hole. He's become an absolute mainstay in the freeride film world and grew up as a junior freeride competitor. So he knows how to get it done in freeride. And Kai Jones on course already, kicking things off for ski men with an electric start.
Making fast work of that mandatory couloir. You know, I was with Kai when he first started filming TGR. I think he was 14, I was 28. And you knew from that moment he was such a strong rider.
Yeah, punching a little bit of a backslap on that enormous backflip. Kai flying over the rocks, and he is going absolutely full throttle here. Kai Jones pushing now cross hill, Pole plant 360, a little bit of a backslap. You can see the skis pop under him, but Kai absolutely going for it. We said it in the other categories. Nobody's here for second. Everybody wants to be world champion today, and Kai, even as a wild card, is no exception to that.
Exactly. You know, it's interesting with these wild cards. Kai definitely spends more time filming than competing, but showing that he can come in.
Taking the double as a single, popping over the next one, turning it into an enormous double, and Kai Jones with an exclamation point on the end of that run.
Yeah, Kai showing that I don't compete that often, but when I do, I can still throw down just like I do in the movies.
Hadley, how different is it inspecting a line for a film line than it is here in a freeride competition?
I think what's interesting when you're filming, you actually often have less time to inspect than you do here. But what is different is the competition brings this sort of energy of so much going on. You have the cameras, you have the interviews, you have all the other competitors right next to you, and that provides a totally different pressure.
So you can see air and style way up, control a little bit down, 2 big backslaps. Kai taking a different route into this double, and it's not a double for Kai as he airs over that, but turns it into a much bigger double, styling it out. Kai with a really unique look at this face.
Yeah, you can see the family love here. Coming from Kai and Mia Jones, the American team, out for hugs.
Well, a 76.67 for Kai. So a huge run for the young American rider. You saw the reaction when he saw he and Mia are cousins. So a family win already in the books. And Kai Jones starting things off with a bang for Ski Men. And the action does not stop. The next man in the start gate, he is the current Freeride World Tour champion, riding out of Whistler, BC, Marcus Gogan. Nothing more would he like than to be the first ever Freeride World Champion. He is in the start gate, stamping, getting ready to go. Marcus Gogan, hungry to get things going on this big Andorran face. This young man just burst onto the scene. He's only 21 years old, but it feels like he's already been around for such a long time.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. This feels like, you know, he's won a World Tour title, and it feels like he's experimenting a little bit more. He still wants to push and see where that line is. He knows he can be the best, and he wants to see how best he can be.
Yeah, exactly. So taking a really technical route into the closeout couloir. Marcus Gogan flying in and landing perfectly. So strong and such precise technique for Marcus Gogan. Getting up high. A huge flat 3 with a back slap, but he gets his feet back under him. So that landing proving tricky as Marcus now flying over this next feature. Full speed approach.
He's really one of the strongest riders on the team, so physically capable of doing so much, and really self-taught huge tricks. Lofting a 3, but looks like he caught just the edge of that rock at the bottom, but he is not done here today. He's still got the bottom third of this venue to work with. Yeah,
little bit of a tail clip. So we saw from both him and Kai, little bobbles. Marcus coming in with a ton of speed, laying out a massive backslip, and no! Not able to hold on to that landing. Going absolutely huge. Ski Men coming out swinging here on the Bassa Negra face.
We knew they wouldn't take it small. It looked like we'll hopefully see on the replay. He went off a little bit off center, and I think that landing then meant it's really hard again. Once your takeoff sort of determines your landing for these riders. You see there, perfect takeoff, perfect landing. Here we've got this massive, what happens here? Oh yeah, just right on the tails.
Yeah, overshooting the landing a bit. This lofty 360 trajectory, just tail clipping that rock. He was able to hold on, and then you saw him just put the pedal down and launch that enormous backflip. The bomb hole looks like it's about a country kilometer from where he took off. A 50.67 run for Marcus Gogan, but providing an absolutely electric run as we go right back up to the top. The next rider, another young performer. This field is so incredibly talented. Kelly Hillicky riding out of Aspen, Colorado, only 20 years old. I mean, we've got a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 21-year-old as the first 3 riders. And Kelly pushing out of the gate to get things started.
Exactly. His team is showing.
Immediately out of the gate, a rock took his ski. Oh, Kelly, that is incredibly heartbreaking for this rider. Kelly was ready to put on a show, to show the world his capabilities, and clipping a rock. So when your ski comes off, what does that mean, Hadley?
This means an immediate no score for the rider, and what they ask the riders to do is just exit the venue as cleanly and safely as possible. Don't do anything else. Don't show what could have been, unfortunately. And, you know, Kelly's had this, not the first time this has happened to him on the tour out of his competition series this year. But this is a man so young and with so much promise. His riding is so fun, so incredible to watch.
Well, that is gut-wrenching for Kelly Hillicky, as he was just out of the start gate and a rock just tearing his ski off, front flipping down, as has become his trademark. So Kelly will just make his way off the face here, get down safe and sound, and we can move on with, he's still got to get his way through the rest of the, what might have been for one of the most talented athletes in the field. Really gut-wrenching there for Kelly.
It really is. That's such a hard way to start your day, to not even make it through 3 or 4 turns of the venue.
Well, that is the glory and the heartbreak of Freeride, as Kelly Hillicky, Aspen, Colorado rider, just making his way down, still with an enormous 360. That's just a safe way to get off the mountain for this young man. And a huge double backflip and holding on. Maybe an ever so slight bending of the just get off the mountain safely rule, but Kelly Hillicky, always a showman, as that was a real case of what might have been. Looking at the replay here, just lofting a double backflip. He is one of the most confident men in the air. Had to fight for that one. Back up to the summit of the Bassa Negra face, as we are in Ski Men. Derek Foos and Hadley Hammer keeping you up to date with all the action. And Team Germany now represented by Timo Rollshoven, another young athlete riding on a St. Anton. Incredible performances on the Freeride World Tour. That gymnastic background really providing the basis for him in the air.
Yeah, this guy really has some of the best control in the air. Not just, oh no, another ski down. That top of the venue has just gotten eaten up by turns and exposing more and more rocks. And those rocks here are not ones that you can just glide right over.
Yeah, they're so sharp. So they're, this fresh snow, Hadley, a little bit of fresh snow on our face that had rocks on it previously. It's proving to be challenging for the riders to know where those rocks were.
It really is. We don't have that much data to see what it looked like before the snow and when the snow came. And again, we've had storms almost every night that we've been here in preparation, which we love for most of the time, but it does mean that you don't totally know what's underneath the surface.
So another rider taken out. That's going to be a no score. Kai Jones with that 76.67, still holding on to this top spot. Team USA and Team Germany taking a big hit there. We do have a bit of a team game at play here as well. The nations ranking. So any finish in the top 5 is going to give nations some points towards those nation rankings. Right now, Team USA sitting on top after the 2 snowboard categories, followed by Team France and Team Switzerland. But of course, we're only 2 categories into 4. 2 more Freeride World Champions to be crowned yet, as we see German rider Timo Rollshoven making his way off the face after a really tough blow. High on the face, 2 ski men in a row having their skis just clipped off by rocks.
Yeah, it's not what anyone wants to see at all, both us watching or for the riders. A heartbreaking way to start the day, but the day will continue on. We have a stacked roster.
Yeah, back up to the start. Argentina represented again. The Argentinian freeride community absolutely blowing up at the moment. And this man, a huge part of that, Dante Hineka, he is a freeride coach in Argentina. He organizes freeride competitions and a competitor. He was one spot out last year in the Challenger Tour from making it to the Freeride World Tour, and we are seeing why with this technical approach into the Christopher Turdell closeout couloir.
Making his way in a little bit slower than we've seen before, but landing perfectly, showing that technique. Yeah, this guy just, competition skiing runs through his veins.
And popping off that one, we saw some other riders having a hard time with that feature. So Dante opting for the straight air just to keep it tight with a direction change in the air, allowing him to get over here to the skier's right. So Dante showing that precision control on his skis.
Nice air from him, a little bit of a backseat, but creative line choice from the other men that we've seen before as he enters into this bottom third of the venue. Again, using these trees as markers of space and time.
Popping a 360 into that couloir, now picking up speed. We know we've got the wind lip lurking below, but Dante going the other direction and going all the way over the double. A little bit of a tail tap on the rocks. We saw other riders take that as a double. Dante taking it as a single. With that tail tap, is that going to be a control issue?
I don't think so, because he continued to move forward in motion with no issue. And this was an interesting run to watch. Again, we said a lot of these guys are just going to go full gas, full for it. And I think Dante played it a little bit smart here. It might not have been the biggest, most wow line that we've seen, but everything he did was pretty decent as he made his way down. The video judge docking his control a bit, but we'll see what the other judges have to say on this.
Yeah, you can see a bit of a backslap as his tails touch the rock, pushing his hips a bit behind his feet, but a very direct approach, fall line into the steeps, and Argentina well represented here. Dante with a 69 and moves into second behind Kai Jones. So this man, first time. A huge, huge gratitude there from Dante Hinaka to the whole Argentinian freeride community. There's a huge group of Argentine fans watching here live, and you know back home they are going off as we roll on through. Team USA represented here in the start gate by Ross Tester, riding out of Alta Snowbird, growing up in the Tahoe area. He is built for this, and Ross Tester loves skiing, and he loves to throw down in these fantastic conditions.
He really does. This is one of my favorite riders to watch. I just think everything he does is creative. He's even taking a second air into this mandatory, which might have been a risk. You see him coming out a little bit backseat, but nobody else has even included a bonus air into that chute.
Yeah, and the judges for sure will notice that lofty 360. Ross Tester landing, getting right onto his edges, having to use every bit of ski technique gained growing up and just putting so many miles on his skis. Ross Tester barely leaving the fall line as he is flying down this face.
Yeah, that mistake would have, for most people, would have ended in a crash, and Ross just really knows how to recover perfectly.
Well, this gives you a real sense of the size of the terrain below Ross Tester, landing in transition there, getting some direction, and lofting off that final feature. Ross Tester flying down through the bottom. Clean, solid run, high speed, rapid attack approach from Ross Tester. You see him looking back up the face, Hadley. You think that was the full plan?
I have a feeling he had one or few other things based on his body language and his typical creativity, but it could have been an instance where he was going so fast and missed, but this was one heck of a way to start a freeride run.
Popping off of that deck feature, getting sat down a little bit, and the judges notice those details, Hadley, in the control scores. When a butt touches down, what does that do to the control scores?
Yeah, it's not a perfect landing. They'll definitely dock it a little bit. Big smile for Ross. Yeah, he said not as planned.
So a 66.33 for Ross Tester. The first man out of the gate has been sitting in that Mammut leader seat since the finish of his run. Kai Jones, we are back up to the top with Swiss rider Victor Hale-Woods coming out of Verbier. He's been making a splash in his debut season on the Freeride World Tour. Switzerland right now sitting in 3rd in the nation rankings, just behind USA, France, and then USA with the lead. And Victor Hale-Woods now on course here on this imposing Pyrenean peak.
As you see, he makes quick and easy work into this entrance. Oof. With full speed attack. Again, there is no other way out of that couloir.
That was a really precise approach there, and Victor Hale-Woods almost making it look easy, which you love to see as he crosses over, lofting a big air. Nice transition back onto the snow. Victor carving back, showing he knows exactly where he's going.
Yeah, the judges really appreciate the technique in between the features as he is making his way down to the bottom 3rd of the venue. This man, you can tell he knows how to lay it down, get on that outside ski, and be in full control with a massive cliff below him.
Now he's got this technical entrance, pointing it over the double, a little out of balance, but he bounces back up onto his feet. We saw that one pioneered a cork 360, and Victor landing that. He's got to fight for it though, but getting through, that was absolutely huge for Victor Hale-Woods as he's crossing down and connecting with this cat road at the bottom, his hands on his head, looking back up. These riders making such short work of it, it almost feels like it just passes by in a blink.
It really does. He had so many exciting top moments. I think this top section, as you said, was really the highlight, the way he was in such great control, such smooth, easy work of what is really technical terrain.
Yeah, and taking the corner of this, launching way down there. But by going further down, Hadley, it looked like he connected with the landing. And here's where things got a little wild.
Yeah. Again, as we said, how you take off is often how you land. That was a little bit out, but he stayed committed. Again, that trick won't be perfect with his landing, but great riding that we've seen out of the young Swiss man.
Yeah, and managing to redirect to get to that wind lip. Incredible riding. So Victor Hale-Woods coming up a 62-point run for the Swiss rider. He moves into 4th as we are making our way through the ski men's category here at the FIS Freeride World Championships. Kai Jones, Dante Hinaka, and Ross Tester, your 1, 2, 3 so far. I'm Derek Foose. I'm joined by Hadley Hammer, and we are bringing you all the action here on this historic day for Freeride in Ordino Arcalís, Andorra. As you can see the rider waving his hand. He is one of only 2 men to have actually competed on this face before in the entire field, and the last man to win on this face, Christopher Turdell, kicking things off for Team Sweden.
Yes, exactly. As you said, he even has parts of this venue named after him for his historic run in 2018. And this is a guy that's just been a competitor for over 10 years, and you can see why with that perfect precision.
Absolutely textbook. No need to let off the gas for Christopher Turdell as he is enjoying these perfect conditions. And now Turdell coming into this lower section, lofting over that bomb hole, landing perfectly. He has such a great way of finding landings that other riders haven't used.
Exactly. That takes so much skill. And again, you see that is why he's been on the tour for so long, why he's always been a long-standing competitor.
Yeah, no break in the action. An enormous backflip, over-rotating. Turdell looking like he went a little further than he was expecting. That lip is kicky. Christopher Turdell bouncing through the rocks there. Hopefully he's all right. He's back up and continuing on. Barely a break in his fluidity as he had a heater going there, but Turdell just overcooking that wind lip.
Yeah, you see classic Turdell skill, just weaving in and out of the rocks, fully committed to that fall line. No hesitation pretty much anywhere he went. Landed on some rocks, not a problem. I think the only issue we have here is this wind lip. Wind lips are really tricky to judge.
Especially at the speed Turdell was going. He came into that absolutely motoring, bumping a little bit there. So the riders, I mean, there's a reason they wear all the protective gear, back protector, helmet, both mandatory. So Christopher Turdell with a bit of a bumpy ride at the end of his run. As we see him score, dropping a 45-point run. He gives a big wave to Kai Jones. Kai's been sitting in that Mammut leader seat from the beginning. How's the stress building for him?
I mean, I bet he's pretty happy to be there. It's a nice place to be.
Yeah, the best spot to be when you had your run.
Intimidating for what comes each time a new rider drops.
All right, back up to the start.
Right,
Team Norway, represented by this man, Andreas Bakke. He is he was in Kappel earlier coaching at the Junior Freeride World Championships. He's competing on the Challenger Tour, and now he is competing on the biggest stage in freeride in the World Championships, representing his home country of Norway. And Andreas going into that Tour del Couloir, only one way out of here.
Exactly. Nice precision, landed pretty high, finding a nice, probably clean landing. Not as fast as everyone else, but sometimes that's a safer bet. As we see
a huge stretched out backflip, and Andreas going all the way to the bottom of that landing. Hadley, it looks, you can see ski off, there's a pole in the background. It looks like that landing has a limit, or that jump has a limit on how far you can go.
Exactly. What Derek is saying is that not all landings are endless, and so you have to calculate your speed to find the landing that is as steep as possible, and eventually that steepness will run out. And I wonder almost, you know, if you watch his Instagram, oh, it looked like he really struggled to even set the trick at the very beginning. But this man has been throwing double backflip after double backflip this year. And yeah, looks like it was just a little bit tricky and way too far down.
Yeah, just plummeting out of the sky. So Andreas is going to get himself reunited with his ski. For these young riders being on this big stage, what's the stress level like for them?
I think it's much higher. You can see people like Christopher Trudell that's, you know, even at breakfast this morning, casually walking in his pajamas still. Like the way that he moves through space and time is very comfortable, where these young riders, you can feel their nerves and their energy, which is totally warranted. This is a completely new experience for them.
Yeah, and the biggest experience in freeride, you can see the summit there of the Bassa Negra face. This face hasn't been used in competition since 2018. So for most of the riders, they have not been on this face at all. So the Norwegian rider going to take a no score, and joining some pretty big names in that no score club. Kai Jones, Argentinian Dante Hinaka, and Ross Tester holding down the 3 podium positions, but we're only 9 men into a 24 athlete field here in ski men. So plenty of action here to come, and a real diverse field here in terms of nations and experience on the global stage.
Yeah, exactly. You get people that are competing all the time. You have these wild cards that come from filming. You have the young riders coming off the junior tour. You have veteran riders that have done the freeride tour forever. So it's a really cool mix, and I think each skill set can be maximized if done correctly.
This overhead view of the start gate just gives you a feeling for how steep it is directly off the summit of the Bassa Negra face. It is so imposing. You can see tracks going off in every direction. Snow conditions absolutely immaculate for the riders here. Hadley, what's it like as we get later into the field in terms of the number of tracks on the face?
Yeah, the tracks will start to build up, and what's going to be critical on this venue is how much rock is exposed. You know, I think these early riders, they can get away with gliding over the rocks because they have just a little bit of snow covering them, but now there's almost no chance that you can go in some of the same places without having to be really navigating.
All right, well, back we go to the top. Team New Zealand represented by this man, Ben Richards, leading the Freeride World Tour. 2 wins in 2 starts this season, and he is hungry to add a world champion title to his ever-growing trophy collection. Ben making such short work of that upper closeout couloir.
Yeah, the tricky part about watching Ben is everything he does looks so easy and so simple, when in fact everything he does is so technical and challenging, and for him it looks like he's riding down a groomer.
Well, that 360, case in point, lifting his feet up, setting the rotation perfectly, and coming back to the snow with just such an effortless style. His technique lends itself to, or I think develops, the stylish approach to his riding. It's such a pleasure to watch. And Ben Richards now coming down. We've seen a couple other riders go through here, and Ben Richards, the latest one to take it on. Perfect perfect landing.
Yeah, you'll see he paused there, but that pause was for a reason, and turning it into a double with a 3, just, this guy is...
that was perfection.
Yeah.
Perfection. Not a hair out of place for Ben Richards, taking a double as a single, and then the second stage of the double with a lofty 360. Ben Richards with a masterclass in freeride.
Yeah, I think both Derek and I's jaws had hit the table and we were recovering. Let's look at this top section. Again, so steep, so rocky, so mandatory, and Ben just looks like he's going for a little cruise here.
The way he moves his feet underneath him, Hadley, the precision, and look at this 360. Absolutely perfect. He lands like he never left the ground.
Yeah, it's really just so impressive. Again, this pause was just to make sure that he had the perfect trajectory. He found that exact spot to land in, and oh, let me finish with a great 360 that we won't see on the replay, but oof, I think the judges are gonna like this one.
Well, trying to hear the thoughts of Ben Richards. He's got the New Zealand flag there, a proud representative of Team New Zealand, and he has been doing the country proud. This man is such a great representative of the freeride community in New Zealand. The score dropping, it's going up, up, way up, 91.67 for Ben Richards. And finally, Kai Jones out of that Mammut leader seat, and Ben Richards taking his place that has become extremely comfortable for him, sitting in that hot seat, leading freeride events, and he has done his part now with an absolutely immaculate performance here at the FIS Freeride World Championships. We are not even halfway through the field here as we move from Ben Richards to a former freeride world tour champion, Valentin Rainer, riding for Team Austria out of St. Anton. He is one of the strongest riders. Having a world title under your belt into the World Championships must provide you some confidence.
It absolutely does. I think it absolutely adds pressure too, but he's working with that pressure, just a lofty backflip to start his run and then making his way through, picking off a beautiful section. Whew, look at what is below him. He had to nail that perfectly. And as you can see, the light is changing throughout the day, and so he's got to make those adjustments as well.
Yeah, some little wisps of convective fog, and we're seeing Valley in a section that no other riders have really taken on yet. Big 360, no! The landing just a little bit too flat there for Valley Rainer, and coming out of both of his skis with a punch front and on a run that was looking so strong.
Yeah, it looks like he just lost one of those skis, so hopefully it's a quick hike up for him. We do have ski ninjas on the venue that are able to help these riders collect their gear, but if it's not too far away from him, we got the wave that he's okay. He can just scurry up there, but yeah, it'll be a disappointing day because that was such a beautiful start to his run.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Valley Rainer as he was on a hot one. You see the ski just buried in the snow. Describe, Hadley, the double-edged sword of powder conditions.
Yeah, the powder conditions here, it's definitely also a thicker powder. Again, it was pretty warm yesterday, so all of a sudden the snow is really condensing. We did get snow overnight, but that snow, you know, it's just not a reliable surface. You watch different events, you know, events that you do see in the Olympic, like slope style and park jumps, they know exactly what their landing's gonna be, and here we don't. But you'll see Valley starting it off, massive backflip, perfect landing. And I love this unique section that he went into.
Yeah, such a narrow takeoff, airing over the rocks, and as you said it, but with the other angle, Hadley, what was looming to his right side. And here we see where things came undone, deep into the snow. Yeah, only one ski off.
Yeah, just a punch front, and then the one ski left behind. So a no score for the Austrian rider, but showing why he has been a champion in the past.
Well, you can see we've got clouds looming in the background. The Pyrenees providing the backdrop to this Ordino Arcalís. Incredible, incredible canvas for freeride. Ben Richards sitting on top for New Zealand. Kai Jones and Argentina's Dante Hinaka. Southern Hemisphere looking good right now as we are just under halfway through the ski men's category. It is the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championships Andorra 2026 by Mammut. We are underway with ski men. We have champions crowned in both snowboards categories already, and ski men now doing their part as we are back to the top. Team Japan represented by this man, Koga Hoshino, coming out of Isuchi in Japan. A freestyle legend in Japan. He is so stylish on snow, and really looking for him to provide us with an incredible show here.
Yeah, when doing our research, his countryman said this man is the dark horse, a great skier to watch. And we see as he exits a little backseat out of that mandatory, but he's still got a whole run ahead of him.
And flying into this section, laid out backflip with a bit of over rotation there. Seems like it's tricky to figure out the exact amount you need, as Koga now popping over this and bomb dropping into that landing. This is an exciting rodeo ride of free ride here for Team Japan.
Definitely, and I think maybe the light has changed. The takeoffs are super important, but the landings also now are getting more and more eaten up as the riders go through.
Yeah, the traffic definitely having an effect on the riders, on the landings. When it's powder, it changes more almost than it does when it's hard pack. And now Koga lining up a ton of speed towards this wind lip.
Going for double, not making it all the way around, losing both skis sadly, but that will stop him before going through the next. That wave means that the riders are okay, and he'll just go back up to his skis. Not the run that he was probably hoping for, but going for the double at the end, these riders are definitely pushing the limits.
Yeah, exciting here. We were discussing in the lead up to this event what the crash ratio might be, as every single one of these riders coming into the event is looking to win. Koga going absolutely huge on that landing. Looked like maybe caught the backside of a bomb hole.
He could have, and yeah, just a little too big and almost laid out for too long. Didn't fully finish in this.
Oh, and
tips
just
in. Yeah, as we said, wind lips, again, so tricky. It's really hard to know how much speed you want to take and how much they will help your rotation and how much they won't help your rotation.
So another no score in the ski men's category, as these athletes going for gold. Everybody wants to be the very first ever FIS Freeride World Champion. And right now, if you want to beat Ben Richards, you're going to have to do something special, as he pops up onto our screen with his big trademark smile. He is happy. Job done for the day. Now it's just up to the rest of the riders in the field, and proving not to be an easy task to put one down clean top to bottom.
Yeah, I can imagine the only one more happy than Ben is Ben Richards' mom, that he is down safely, where she is watching in the crowd. I bet she is glad he is at the bottom and happy that he's in the hot seat.
Yeah, shout out to all the freeride parents who watch their sons and daughters just throwing down on these faces. All right, Team Switzerland, represented by this man, Martin Bender. He's been a winner on the Freeride World Tour, coming out of Verbier. He's got that fresh Red Bull helmet on his head, and he is ready to go. Bender, he is a junior world champion, and now getting things started in a steep technical section.
Yeah, this is a rider that, similar to like Ross, he picks out another feature in this mandatory, coming out with speed, a bit of a back slap, but gonna be able to make up, see what he can make up the rest of the venue.
Yeah, that landing definitely getting a bit beaten up, as Bender going for the cork 720, bouncing out of it. So air and style pinned. The landings are getting tough as we make our way through, and a huge air there, jumping over all the rocks for the Swiss star.
And you see him hopping so quickly on that downhill ski. He has an experience as a ski racer, has great technique, able to recover in places like this for sure.
Yeah, big recovery move there, as Bender now making his way the lower section of this. There's still plenty of options here to make up points. Bender taking a slightly different angle into this air than we saw some of the other riders take, turning it into a double off that flake, and now with a ton of speed heading towards this windlet feature, and another cork 7. Oof. That one perfect.
That is the classic textbook 4-point landing. Pretty impressive stuff. We'll see what the judges do. I think Ben is most likely to be quite safe with his landings, but we'll see where he falls in that second, third, fourth category.
Yeah, still podiums up for grabs and not a lot of perfect runs so far as we see Bender set that cork 7. He comes out of it maybe just a touch under rotated.
Yeah, you'll see the video judge knocking the control. But that was one of Bender's smoother landings, and yeah, just great technique for skiing.
Well, he's so smooth on his skis there. It almost looked like 1 foot in the bomb hole. That closeout couloir, such a high speed, high commitment move. And then this, perfect. He pulled his feet up, he comes around, connecting with the ground as if he never left. So a wild ride there for Martin Bender, the Swiss rider, down in the finish.
Yeah, you see he's happy, but he's definitely not fully content.
Well, that's one of the defining factors or defining features of these pro riders is they are aiming for perfection. So Bender with a 73.67, he goes into 3rd there, which is a bit of an indicator of where we're at in this ski men's field. We haven't seen a lot of perfectly clean runs. Kai Jones in 2nd right now, Martin Bender into 3rd with a 73.67. So even with a couple of control errors, still sitting in a podium position currently as we are just after or just past the halfway point and back up to the top, and another absolutely electrifying athlete, Toby Rafford out of Sun Valley, Idaho. He is one of the most exciting riders in freeride right now, and he is out of the gate full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead. What's hard to tell from the way he's riding is he's been nursing an ankle injury. This is one of the first times he's been on skis this week, but this is classic Toby. Lofty 3, and I can't tell that he's injured. Can you? No,
it looks absolutely perfect. And Toby, you know, we're seeing him evolve his free ride, and one of the big pieces of it is the speed he approaches everything, but always with such a smooth touch on the snow. As Toby Rafford making his way now into this central section, you see the light is starting to change, getting a little darker. A huge ledge takeoff, and Toby Rafford going a little bit down. Hard to tell exactly what happened in the powder cloud, but just speeding his way now through the bottom. Probably the most direct approach we've seen from ski men so far.
Yeah, I wonder, you see him lifting up his foot. I bet after that tumble, he chose to miss whatever air or wind up he was going to go for. Not worth risking any further injury. But man, this top part, so classic Toby, so smooth, so styly. Just a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and the heavy section there, lobbing all the way over. Oh, and he just a touch short there. So he clipped the rock full front roll. So you can see the video judge showing the control dock there on the score. A huge hug from fellow competitors there. We got the rest of Team USA coming out to give Toby a big, big high five. As Toby Rafford, we're going to see the control dock really come into play. 63.67 for Toby Rafford, and a big high five. These guys are so close. They're so tight. They ski together, travel together. Of course, they all want to stand at the top of the podium. Back up we go. Ben Richards, Kai Jones, Martin Bender in podium positions currently in ski men at the FIS Freeride World Championships, the first time ever. And we are going back up to Team Spain. It's Joaquin Ruiz de Larramendi riding out of Spain, living currently in Whistler, BC, working as a ski coach and competing on the Challenger Tour in the 4-star events. The oldest rider in the field today at 41, but Joaquin keen to show that age is no barrier to freeride as he goes straight fall line out of the start gate.
Yeah, I love that. You know, when I was competing on the tour, 40 wasn't totally out of the question. Now with all these 20-year-olds, Joaquin is still saying, I can be here, and he is proving that he can ski fast, confidently, and through technical terrain.
High speed fall line approach for the rider from Team Spain. They've already got a podium in Snowboard Women. He's going to look to back that up here in Ski Men with this direct fall line approach. Maybe a little bit of a strategic play here for Joaquin, as you've seen so many riders crashing, taking, you know, a slightly mellower line, but taking it at full attack.
Yeah, we'll see at the end of the day what the judges do with it as he dances through this pretty rocky section, but finding a clean landing with that double, heading towards the windlip.
Oh, and getting a little bit bucked in the transition into the jump and clean off teams. The Spanish fans going absolutely haywire at the bottom as hands up, he comes onto the cat road, and this is a happy man. Fist pump in the air for a clean run from Joaquin.
Yeah, maybe there was some self body preservation happening there. You grow a little bit wiser as you age, but yeah, really nice skiing here in this technical section. And again, so many riders, skiers, snowboarders have gone through it, and the key is finding the place where you can land smoothly like he did. But yeah, it looks like he got bucked before that windlip.
Yeah, so not quite able to, you can see in the video, Judge, the air and style category a little bit lower, as we have been seeing riders just throwing absolutely mind-bending tricks on this face. A big hug for the man sitting in the Mammut leader seat, Ben Richards, but the Spanish rider, Joaquin Ruiz de Larramendi, as the score coming in, the Spanish fans loving it, a 54-3-3, so he's going to slide into 8th, and he loves it.
He is happy for sure, and you know, we've got this straight look onto the venue. You can see the light is changing. These clouds are starting to wisp around and threaten the venue, so it will be a little bit different for the riders that are going to come past versus the ones that came earlier in the full sun.
Yeah, we've had these convective clouds just lurking around. We had a slight delay to the start as we had to wait for visibility to come good for both the riders, safety, of course, and the judges to be able to see the face. You can't judge it if you can't see it. But the entire setup here in Andorra, this country, Ordino Arcalís, the ski resort, just welcoming the Freeride World Championships with open arms and a blanket of fresh powder for the best riders in the world to paint this canvas and do their thing. Right now we are in Ski Men, and Ben Richards out of New Zealand is sitting on the top of the pile, anxiously waiting, as we still have quite a number of riders still on top as we have a wave, and this is a dangerous man at the top of the venue. Team Germany, Max Hitzig, Freeride World Tour champion in 2024. He is one of the most electrifying people on skis globally right now. Only 23 years old, riding out of Montafon, and he is always putting on a show.
He really is. I'm always surprised that he's only 23 based on how much he's done in the sport, how talented he is, and how mature he is in most of his decision making.
Well, Hitzig going the same start as his fellow competitor, Vali Rayner, with a big... Is his ski off? His ski is off.
No.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh, Max Hitzig falling victim to a shark attack. These rocks lurking under the powder Hadley. He's got his other ski off, jogging back up to get it. He doesn't want to have to burn a ski runner. That is absolutely heartbreaking for Max Hitzig, as he was just getting things started with such a great start, and the ski off just in the middle of a turn.
Yeah, it really looks like, it's hard to tell from our angle. It might be a rock. It looks like there's some rocks in that area, but you can see how special of a competitor he is, moving as fast as possible to get a ski, knowing that we don't have endless light today. But yeah, perfect first backflip.
Lobbing it, landing perfectly as we're looking at the replay. Max in a turn.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's just gone. So under that fresh powder, there lurks a bunch of rocks. The riders do their best to study where the rocks are before the snow falls, but to know every rock on a face this size is just impossible.
Yeah.
And Max Hitzig, unfortunately, falling victim, as we've seen a few other riders, Kelly Hillicky and Timo Rochhoven, the same thing, just as things were getting started.
Certainly a hard way to start your day, knowing that you had so much to give in the run before. And for these riders, it's key to just let these competitions go, not hold on to them for too long. be a goldfish, short-term memory, and then continue on with your season as planned.
Well, and there is a certain beauty to the FIS Freeride World Championships. This is a standalone event. It's not connected to any series. It is a one and done. The winner takes all. Somebody will be world champion at the end of this category. We've got 2 crowned already in the snowboard categories. So ski men underway. I'm Derek Foos. I'm with Hadley Hammer. We are bringing you all the action. As you can see, the next man in the start gate. We're going to be waiting for Max Hitzig to get himself off the face, and as soon as he is clear, Wei Tien Ho will drop in his quest for World Championships glory, riding out of Whistler, BC, 21 years old, a standout on the Freeride World Tour, and Wei Tien getting things rolling, heading down the ridge.
Yeah, this is a rider that I don't even think we've seen the best of yet, and what we've seen is so impressive on his Freeride World Tour career so far, but so creative, such a talented skier, knows how to both carve a ski and also do a huge array of tricks. Such a fun rider to watch.
Well, popping into this upper couloir with a giant double, and now letting things go in the fall line. Wei Tien Ho getting things started with a bang. The judges' attention is peaked as Wei Tien Ho lofting a 360, landing clean, and making his way now into the central section all the way across.
Yeah, you see, so easy for him to get right on that downhill ski, direct his momentum where he wants to go. That is a technique all of its own. This man really knows how to work a venue and be creative with it.
Well, he is coming down over a massive buttress here as Wei Tien Ho lining up. Unbelievable technical section, getting over, but not able to hold it, just tipping back, and the skis are off all the way down. Wei Tien Ho with one of the biggest airs of the day and a huge bow. Ever the showman. You can see that bomb hole happening.
Yeah, that bomb hole is
Look
very
at the size of that cliff.
I mean, Wei Tien's not the tallest of humans, and him standing next to it gives an idea of how big it is, but I love the top. He's the first one that was able to get high enough to do this double into the couloir. And then just watching him arc a turn, it is all about freestyle, but it's also about how you ski, and he is proving with that 3 that he can do both.
And then here he's setting up on top of this enormous cliff into the air forever, and just, tipping back while he fell.
Oh, that was massive.
That was huge. Wei Tien Ho going absolutely ginormous. So he's got quite a long route, and you can see Wei Tien, ever the considerate athlete, as he's just trying to stay near the rocks so he's not going to leave this this walking trench in the track that other riders may want to take. You see here how deep the snow is. Ben Richards, potentially a bit of a sigh of relief there, as that was an extremely dangerous challenge to his position in the hot seat, but it was not to be for Wei Tien, and Ben Richards very comfortable as he sees rider after rider going down on this face. He's been in this position before where, well, I guess he was at the end of the field in Val Thorens, but a lot of crashing, and Ben Richards able to just unlock the magic potion of putting it down when other riders are not able to.
Yeah, I mean, so far today, his score is so far ahead, 91.67. The next one about 76 points, and that is because Ben is the only one to do a perfectly clean run. All of his landings were 4-point solid, his skiing in between, his line choice. I mean, this guy is a really impressive competitor.
So Wei Tien still working on collecting his gear, and this must be a near impossible spot for a ski runner to get to.
And so while Wei Tien is doing the work to get his gear, to collect his stuff off the mountain, it also gives an opportunity for the judges to reset. They're looking at Kai's run, they're looking at Ben's run, they're reassessing what have they done, where is everyone standing, and that just helps them with every rider that comes down next to know where they'll be positioned and where they'll be ranked.
Yeah, it is such a critical job that the judges have here today at the FIS Freeride World Championships. Andorra 2026, the backdrop, immaculate powder, but difficult, you know, conditions for the riders to put all the pieces together. Hadley, how hard is it for these riders to balance the send with any kind of like safe approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think these riders, you know, at the end of the day, they don't want to get injured. They don't want to push the line too much. They do, if they are a good competitor, they know what's in their wheelhouse, and they know it's a little bit of a risk. What, you know, if it's a trick or a line that pushes them a little bit, I think they're finding that sweet spot.
Yeah, and the sweet spot proving difficult to find as essentially Ben Richards, the only man with a clean run and the only man himself safely down as he went down swinging with that run. The top part absolutely picture perfect, and then going for the biggest air of the day so far. Who knows what's yet to come in the rest of these riders have in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting, and we don't talk about it enough, is how many factors go into a free ride run. I mean, you have to pick your line. You have to be able to know where your line is as you descend, but also the light is always changing. The conditions of the snow are changing. Depending on where the riders went before you, there can be, your landing could be gone where you thought it was. And that's so many things for these riders to consider when choosing how to go down.
Yeah, the number of factors at play is immense. Tenla Katsuno, the anchor of Team Japan, 25 years old. He's been at home in Niseko, Japan, enjoying neck-deep powder day after day. He said he didn't come to Europe a little earlier in the season because it was just so good at home. And this is another man who just froths on skiing every day, having so much fun. And you can see the Japanese supporters down there just willing Tenla to get it done as he waves to the judges on top of the cornice, and he is off into this daunting section of the upper face.
Oh, making short, beautiful work of that top section, similar to what we just saw Wei Tian do, adding that double in and coming out flying.
Yeah, taking on a slightly different direction. This one has been challenging for riders. Tenla landing clean though, stomping that backflip. Really been putting in the work in the gym to have the strength to hold on, and another clean landing for Team Japan rider Tenla Katsuno as he is making his way and making very short work. He was on the Freeride World Tour. This man loves riding powder, and this, the way the conditions have set up is right up Tenla's alley.
Yeah, you never know. Japan power riding isn't always the best training for comp circuits, but he is proving that it came in handy, making a nice 3 and heading to the wind lip. Lofty backflip.
Oh, stretching it out, flying over the next section of that ledge. Tenla Katsuno now on the road at the bottom. One of the fastest runs of the day for the Japanese rider, and he is going to be fired up with that.
Really cool. Let's see it again. Such a creative top entrance into this double. Nice styled out shifty, and then showing I've got the turns, I've got the speed as he comes flying out. I love just the heat of this, and then perfect setup. We've seen so many riders fall and crash here, and he does pretty well. 2 hands definitely down, but much more successful than the past.
Yeah, and you see the bomb hole there where above where he landed that had rock in it. Really wise, sometimes going bigger is the right move. Tenla, big 360 into the pocket to approach that wind lip. And again, we've seen riders overshooting this, some riders struggling with it. Tenla handling it like an absolute legend. The Mammut line tracker, super direct for the Japanese rider as he is down in the finish, and the score now coming in. It's going up 75-3-3 for Katsuno, and he moves into a podium position for Team Japan. And another big challenge fended off there for Ben Richards as they share a hug. All right, well, on we roll, and this next man is from right here in Andorra. The host nation gets to opt for a wild card, and the next rider from right here, the only one to be competing at home in the FIS Freeride World Championships, Joan Arcalís, riding on the Freeride World Tour last year and now pushing out of the start gate in front of the warmest home crowd an athlete could ever hope for, into the Turdell closeout couloir, putting his skis into the fall line, flying over, and a clean landing for Joan Arcalís as he gets onto that right ski. Now floating over this, a big backflip, landing high in the transition. The crowd absolutely loving it as Joan is making short work of this face in his backyard, crossing over, finding still some fresh tracks on this face late in the game. That is a skill in and of itself. Big shifty there, so adding some Aaron style as Joan Arcalís making short work of this Bassa Negra face. There are so many terrain options lurking below him. You can see the snow is a bit torn up, but he gets way over. The approach to this double has definitely seen some action, but he makes short work of it, and now motoring into this wind lip, lofting a cork 7, and no! Coming up short, Joan Arcalís, just a slight under rotation, maybe just not quite high enough off the ground, but what a fantastic run. And again, another rider going for it here. Gold is the only option for these guys. Everyone wants to be the first world champion, and they know, especially after the gauntlet that Ben Richards laid down, that they're going to have to put it all on the line if they want to put themselves in contention.
Really strong riding out of the hometown hero here, laying out the backflip. One of the best landings we've seen so far in this comp as he makes his way down.
Well, and Joan Arcalís taking a different direction on this, and I really like the way he did that. He found a little bit of an angled landing. This in-run into the doubles, starting to get beat up, but he had no trouble with it. And then laying into this cork 720, he just came up a little bit short. Upper body still folded Hadley and unable to get away with a mistake like that.
Exactly, and that snow is heavy and thick enough now that it's pretty much a guarantee that both of your skis will come off. So a no score for the hometown rider. Ben Richards still sitting in that 91.67 leader seat with not too many more riders to go, but certainly ones that have the talent to knock him out.
Yeah, nothing is guaranteed until the last rider in the category is down. Joan Arcalís just struggling through this deep Andorran powder to get reunited with his skis. You can see those convective clouds just lurking in the backdrop. So far, they're behind this competition face, so no problem for visibility. The sun moving across Ben Richards, Kai Jones, Tenla Katsuno. That is your 1, 2, 3 so far. And Hadley, Ben really with a commanding lead right now.
Yeah, almost 20 points ahead of everybody else, and for good reason. A nice clean run from him. You see how challenging it is even just to recollect all of your gear here, but wow, what a show.
Yeah, what a show. We expected fireworks from the riders on this face today, and fireworks are what is on the plate. It's just been incredible to see these riders. They're throwing down. It's such a delicate balance between enough and too much.
Exactly, yeah. You want to show, you know, again, this is a one-off competition, so it has no effect on an overall score for the Freeride World Tour or any other events. But at the same time, you really have to decide how much is too much. But with a roster list like this, you know, it's anyone can do anything, and it's hard to figure out where you'll fall with that ranking.
Yeah, it just comes down to whose day is it and who finds the balance on the delicate tightrope between send and, well, just keeping it together and then landing a run. So they say to finish first, you must first finish. And that proving to be challenging up here as we go back up to the top, and another member of that powerful Team France, Oscar Mandan, riding out of Morzine Avoriaz in the Porte du Soleil complex, 28 years old. He is a real standout rider on the Freeride World Tour, and Oscar is hungry. I think we can probably expect to see a big backflip somewhere in this run. He is excellent at them and opting for this far rider's right start.
And you called it massive backflip, 4-point, perfect landing. Can hear the crowd enjoying it.
So Oscar managing to get through this section, going absolutely huge there and redirecting before that massive exposure on the far rider's right. There's an area there that just falls away to doom cliffs, but Oscar Mandin making short work of it as he comes in high on the face, big 360, landing clean. So Oscar, kind of the first guy to make this far rider's right section work, as we saw it take out Valley Rayner and Max Hitzig.
Yeah, exactly. Making his way both skis on, also just with perfect landings in both of his airs. Launching through here. You know, I think the riders are starting to choose that far right section as he goes for the windlip.
Big backflip and perfect connection. So Oscar Mandin now into the fall line and just flying past those bottom features and hands in the air for the French rider. Top to bottom, clean. It's been a while, Hadley, since we've seen a clean one top to bottom.
It really has, yeah. And I'm no judge, but I think a clean run is pretty much putting him on the podium so far. Don't hold me to it, but I can imagine the judges really appreciated his skiing. I mean, just from right out the gate, setting himself up to, as you said, his classic massive backflip, perfect landing. And again, that exposure below. It's no joke to do those airs. Yeah, as we see, the judges are going back, watching the replay, checking all of those landings, checking all of the tricks, Aaron style through the roof, and making this windlip work.
That was so perfect. He was able to just use the travel in his legs to push and pop and get himself into the air and then control that rotation. So Oscar Mandin, and his papa out there, he's got the bib on. Love to
Yeah, really shout out to the parents. What a stressful job that they have watching their kids making these decisions.
Yeah, and Oscar proving to make some really good decisions there on the face as he went top to bottom clean with a really exciting run, a couple of huge backflips. You see the man who's been sitting in that Mammut leader seat for quite a while, Ben Richards. Oscar Mandin has done his part now with a clean run top to bottom. And they're going to be comparing his run both to the criteria, but also, Hadley, to the other riders. What are they looking at and what are they looking for?
Exactly. So they have the ability to replay Kai's run, Ben's run. And I think that's what they're going to try to figure out is where does Oscar sit between these two men? And yeah, it's certainly not an easy job, but these judges, we have Jacqueline Passo, Laurent Gauthier, you know, Bertie invented this scoring system. Lolo Best, these guys are so good at what they do and they take it so seriously.
Yeah, we have the score for Oscar coming in. It goes 76 and he is into a podium position just behind the run of Kai Jones. So he moves into third for Team France. So you can see a little bit of disappointment there as Ben Richards with a big hug for his competitor there, Team France and Team New Zealand. So Kai Jones holding on to second. Oscar Mandin still in podium position with Team Japan and Team Switzerland just behind. And now Team Sweden on the top of this face, and only the second man to have ever competed on this Bässinegre venue before. Carl Ragnar Eriksson, the Swedish World Tour standout, taking that side door into the couloir pioneered by his good friend and Team Sweden. Oh, and Carl getting wild there as he airs out of the couloir and does manage to hold on.
Oh, my heart was down pretty low into my stomach as Carl handled just barely getting out of there. I think he lost a little bit of the speed that he originally needed to have.
Oh, and Carl, finding a bomb hole, landing in that bomb hole, Hadley, and then just getting bounced.
Yeah, losing his ski. So this will be another no score, but he is waving. He is okay. Again, the snow, we love powder, but it is not a perfect thing. You look at some of these other disciplines in skiing, whether it's ski racing or park and pipe, and they kind of know what the surface is going to be. But let's watch what happens on this replay with Carl. coming in, but getting a little bit off balance. Ooh, having to skip over those rocks and just barely swiping the landing there. He's able to recollect himself, taking this one air, totally hits the back of his tails and wheelies out, luckily missing the rocks just to his side. You can see down below Ben Richards talking to his friends and his family. They, again, are very glad that he is down, and then the cherry on the cake is that he's in the leaderboard. Again, you can see this man coming down to Carl. He is called what we call a ski ninja. These are guides, ski instructors, or really talented local skiers that are able to collect the gear, and they often have to go to places that not everyone wants to ski, and yeah, showing how challenging these conditions are. But he will get Carl his gear so that Carl can get off the venue safely and quickly, and we can continue with our day here on the Bassa Negra. Yeah, there's so much infrastructure here for the Freeride World Tour behind the scenes. Even on this venue alone, there's 8 ski dudes ready, 7 ski patrol at the ready, mountain guides, doctors, huge film crews, all the fans, the entire production studio and crew. It really takes so much effort to get these competitions to go off, and the riders providing the show for everyone. You watching, me watching. And yeah, we're so thankful also for places like Andorra that help to get the infrastructure in place so that we can have these events like the FIS Freeride World Champs.
Yeah, huge shout out to everybody involved in getting this off. And the next man in the start gate, Hugo Troubat, getting the call up after his countryman Virgile Didier was injured. And Hugo looking to take that huge air right out of the start gate for the French rider. And Hugo Troubat looking to make waves on this extremely technical and daunting venue.
Oh, wow. That was so insane. To be able to throw a 360 like that in such technical terrain. And as you can see, he's got fresh tracks, fresh POW for himself, showing that he's finding a new way to enter into this venue. That will just increase his score high on the creativity for the line score. Another 360, a little bit of a drag. The landings are getting deeper and a little heavier throughout the day, but really solid riding out of the wild, essentially not a wild card, but essentially a wild card.
Yeah, so Team France, and Hugo throwing another 360, landing perfectly, and he's speeding towards the wind lip. No, he's going the other way with an enormous backflip, landing perfectly. Hugo Troubat taking this opportunity and grabbing it by the throat with that run. A completely different take on this face, especially on the top half. And Hugo really showing that he did his homework.
Exactly. As Derek said, he's the 23rd rider out of 24 men. So I think this is really smart to always find a new line that not many riders are talking about. They all kind of know where they're going. And he's ensuring that he has great clean landings, especially for these huge tricks that he's throwing.
Yeah, tricking into areas that have been troublesome for other riders, and then this huge backflip clearing that second step of rock. Some riders have looked at that as a double, but not Hugo. He took it as a single with that huge backflip at the finish. So we're trying to eavesdrop on Hugo Troubat, and it goes up to an 86. A huge statement for Team France as Hugo Troubat knocking Kai Jones out of that second spot, and Hugo with a huge hug for Ben Richards, and he is fired up, representing his country here at the World Championships. Ben Richards, Hugo Troubat, Kai Jones. That is your 1, 2, 3. Hugo bumping his countryman out of a podium spot. And speaking of countrymen, Team New Zealand with another huge heavy hitter. Finn Powell riding out of the Remarkables in New Zealand. He has made a huge splash on the Freeride World Tour in his first season, and now looking to do the same here at the Freeride World Championships into this Turdell closeout couloir.
Yeah, I think the judges have shown that they, oh no.
Unfortunately there, it looked like Finn found a fresh part of that landing by angling a bit further left. But Hadley, what happened in that landing?
We're going to have to see the replay. He's giving the wave that he is okay. Yeah, let's wait for the replay to see exactly what happens. Unfortunately, losing one ski, one pole, but ooh, I think let's have a look.
So he had the speed, he went further left.
He was just top heavy, it looks like. So nose over toes, as they say, falling.
Had all the style, and yeah, the snow just kind of decelerating his skis, and then, as you said, top heavy, the top half of the body keeps going while the feet have slowed down. So we're seeing there the ski women starting to get ready, getting the last final touches put on as we see Finn Powell reconnecting with his gear. Not going to be his day, but his countrymen can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Of course, they all want each other to be successful, but everybody, you know, especially the man sitting in that Mammut leader seat, is that's one more challenge down for him as he sits and has sat on the top of the pile since the 10th rider to go. And Finn Powell, not his day, but if you're just joining us, it is the FIS Freeride World Championships. This is a standalone event, a historic day for freeride, as we are crowning world champions in this discipline for the first time ever. And so for Finn, this is just going to be a one and done. He can let it go and then move on with the rest of his competitive season. Of course, everyone wants to be world champion, but at least he gets to ride some glorious Pyrenean powder on the way down.
Yeah, it's not the worst consolation prize out there. And yeah, as you said, this won't impact his score on his normal competitive year. And the key is just learning, forgetting, and moving on.
All right, well, here is where things sit. Ben Richards, Hugo Troubat, Kai Jones, Oscar Manda, and Tenla Katsuno. We've got two Frenchmen, an American, and a Kiwi on top right now. And the last rider in the category, Team Spain, represented by this man, Abel Moga. He is truly a superhero of freeride. Every time he drops in on a competition face, it is electric. And Team Spain very well represented out of Bakira Barret. 25 years old. It feels like Abel has been around the freeride scene forever, but it other times feels like he's just getting started. And he is wearing the weight of that Spanish flag on his bib as he gets started in an extremely technical zone.
Oh, nice work out of that top section. The real question is, when will he see his first front flip of the day? Abel finding the line. He's really heading skiers left on this venue.
Yeah, getting way out here into some relatively uncharted territory, making his way through a really rocky zone. And Abel Moga has a huge chunk of terrain looming beneath him as he comes down. Ben Richards loves it. Look at this.
Oh, man, Derek, this is fully committing.
Oh, it's muy caliente for Abel Moga as he is into one of the gnarliest sections, getting a little bit tangled up, but still directing himself. You can see there's barely any snow on that pad, directing himself. He is in and out. Absolute pure free ride for Abel Moga as he has just the last man in the category and pioneering a line that I don't think anybody else even looked at.
I don't think so. I'm glad that we can all take a nice big breath now, but his run is not finished. Abel looking for some big features below him.
Yeah, moving down. He's got this big buttress, a lofty backflip, and a perfect landing. So adding the air and style, Abel Moga is out of all the features, connecting with the road. This run was mind-blowing for the Spanish freeride legend. He's looking back up. I can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Shaking his hands. I mean, ooh, my heart was beating quite fast. So let's look at this replay. I mean, there was no way to make a single mistake in what he did. It does look like he got cut up in those rocks, able to redirect, just exposing rock as he went down.
I mean, the precision required to execute this line is insane. Abel Moga with the eye And then the setup for that was so quick. He had to make a turn. Ben Richards loves it. We love it. That was incredible. This is the spirit of freeride alive and well at the FIS World Championships. Well, and we know the Spanish fans have flocked across the border into Andorra to watch this man ride, as well as the rest of Team Spain. And the judges have got their work cut out for them. Hadley, line score's got to be through the roof.
Yeah, the line score will be high. The fluidity will certainly be docked. He definitely made a little bit of a mistake there. The judges got their sharp pencils and doing work. But this is why I love freeride, that, you know, this is just a giant canvas for all these athletes. And I get so excited when one of them does something that we don't expect.
Well, and the fans having the exact same reaction. So score coming in 68 points for Abel Moga. Yeah, absolutely nailed it there, Hadley. The control and fluidity definitely going to be a little bit docked. Line score, I mean, looking up from our position here at the track that Abel just left on this face is insane. But let's just take a moment to absorb what that means. Ben Richards is the FIS Freeride World Champion for ski men. He has 3 competitions this year and has all golds. This man has just taken it to another level, unstoppable on the global stage, and gets a gold medal at the Freeride World Championships. The first ever Freeride World Champion in ski men is Ben Richards.
Exactly. Ben Richards, #1 for Australia. Ugo Chubo getting the last minute invite in and getting himself a 2nd place with only the 2nd clean run. Kai Jones in 3rd, Oscar Mandan in 4th, and Tenla coming in 5th place, rounding it out for Japan. Really impressive, these top 5 guys.
Well, what a day for New Zealand as Ben Richards laces a run. Absolute perfection on a day when perfection was hard to come by. You see down here the long list of no scores. Riders absolutely going for it. These guys just putting it on the line, and then a few real heartbreakers there. You got a shout out to Hitzig and Valley Rayner and Kelly Hillicky, Timo. Yeah, losing skis there on the rocks. Real unfortunate for them, but it is the way the game goes. So ski men done. If you're just joining us, it is the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championship Andorra 2026 by Mammut. We are 3 categories in. It is time for ski women now. I'm Derek Foos, joined by our ultimate freeride expert, Hadley Hammer. We are bringing you all the action. Hadley, so far, we have seen fireworks on this venue.
We really have. This is the category after my own heart. And these women, starting out, Elizabeth Marina from Baccarat Burret, out of Spain, going to launch us off. These girls have been waiting all day. The weather gods have been nice to us, and it is their time to shine. Just so special.
Yeah, ski women, the final category of the day. As you said, on the mental side, Hadley, what does it do to a rider to spend all day waiting and watching and then finally get your chance to perform?
You know, it takes such a skill level. We had breakfast at the hotel this morning at 6:30 a.m. I have no idea what time it is, but I'm pretty sure it's late in the afternoon. And these girls have to figure out how to spend their entire day keeping their nerves under control, but amping themselves up just at the right moment to really maximize. So here is our start list. Again, Elizabeth out of Spain, leading us off. Lena Kohler coming in. And then you just get the whole collection of the entire world. It's so cool. Jenna out of Switzerland. We have Japan represented, Canada. Molly Omino representing the United States. Ellie Olsen keeps going. We've got Australia, America, and then the 2 French riders finishing it off with Winter McBride.
Yeah, it really is the who's who of freeride here. the final category of the day. The riders have been waiting all day to have their say. The FIS has seen a ton of traffic. These riders, you know, looking, going through line selection in the hotel and at FIS check, there was a lot of conversation about plan A, plan B, plan C, based on the traffic that potential line selections we're going to see. So a lot of these riders may have phones out watching the broadcast up top to see exactly how this this competition venue is evolving.
Exactly, yeah. The riders, you know, they're raining right now as the clouds clear out of this venue, but they are working with the canvas that's been the most affected, and a lot of it means that you can't go in just with one line. You have to go in with 2 or 3 lines just to have that backup, to make sure that you have something that's possible, because an entire landing might be gone just from one category.
You can see a little bit of wispy cloud moving its way across the face. The judges are kind of going to pause because they're in the exact same position that this this camera shot is, and they need to be able to see everything. They have powerful binoculars that they're watching with Hadley, but they don't want to miss any details, right?
They don't want to miss the details, and we also want to make sure the riders have the best visibility that they can have as well. So the girls still having to wait just a little bit longer today. But again, if these competitors are good, they know how to handle that change in the program. They change their pacing, they slow their breath down, and then when they know it's go time, they ramp it back up.
Well, we had an opportunity to catch up with a rider who is no stranger to these pressure situations. Let's take a look into the mindset of Justine Dufour-Lapointe.
Such an honor to represent your country in a world stage like that, because you can really tell that you're skiing against the whole world, and you're really representing not only yourself or your last name, but very much so your country. And it's something that you can take a lot of proud and really enjoy being in that position of, yeah, you are representing your country, and it's an honor. So it give kind of some wings, you know. You feel even more powerful knowing that your whole country is watching and cheering for you.
Yeah, and the huge list of nations represented in this event. We've got 16 countries, 16 different flags across the start list, across all 4 categories. And that extra lift, you know, we talked about it before, Hadley. Some riders take it as pressure. Some riders, you see Justine's mindset, they're taking it as a lift.
Exactly, yeah. And Justine's one of the few that has been to the Olympics. She knows what it feels like to ski for a nation. But a lot of these riders, they've been on the tour, whether it's the qualifying, the challengers, or the Freeride World Tour, and they only really know what it's like to ski as an individual. And I think all of them are absolutely loving the team aspect of these championship games.
So after the last category that we saw, we've got Team France taking over the nation standings in first, Team USA sitting in second, and Team New Zealand with a big bump up with a bunch of points on the board for Ben Richards. It's a small team, but a powerful one, as he has landed on top. And we are underway now with Ski Women, Team Spain, represented by Elizabeth Marina. She has a start on the Freeride World Tour at her home event in Baqueira Barret, and she's come just across the border to Andorra to do Team Spain proud here. And dropping in now is Elizabeth.
Right onto course, taking that committing, going through the cornice and entering into this couloir. She's got great, strong technical skills, but we also know that she loves to do backflips. So maybe we'll get an extra surprise here today as she makes her way down the venue.
Yeah, we'll see. She's taking a full speed approach. And as you said it, she goes absolutely huge on a backflip with a bit of over rotation. But a massive, massive statement for the Spanish rider as she's digging herself out of the powder. Hopefully she's okay. She's got a wave there. Looking a little bit uncomfortable is Elizabeth Marina as she went enormous. The Ski Women, the evolution of this category has just been electrifying as Elizabeth Marina, the first woman out of the gate and launching a massive backflip to start things off.
Exactly. She just took the same trajectory as all the guys before her, just going incredibly big. Huge air. It's just so cool to see the progression with these Ski Women.
Well, you love to see it, and we've seen it in every category so far. Everybody came here with a gold medal on their minds, and they know that they're going to have to put it on the line if they want to stand on the top of that podium. So Elizabeth Marina, skis stayed on, so she is still going to take a score from this run. Hadley control definitely going to be a factor in this, but she can recoup some points along the way.
Exactly. I mean, we saw it in the ski men. Only a few riders, 2 or 3 riders, were able to do a perfectly clean run. So I think it's really smart of her to say, okay, I'm not actually finished. For sure, she'll get docked really hard on that control, but she can make up for it and at least get a little higher in the rankings.
Yeah, as she moves her way down past the wind lip here, you can see the bomb hole from the avalanche control work done earlier on in the day. So Elizabeth Marina making her way down. You can see those snowballs. The snow's kind of evolving through the day here, and now ski women have the last piece of it.
Let's check out this backflip laid out. Massive. And yeah, just a little bit over rotated with that much speed. And as you said, that landing does go away quite quickly.
Yeah, so Elizabeth taking it all the way to the flats and then showing her technical ability there, getting on that outside ski to direct herself. The Mammut line tracker taking an extremely direct route down this Passe Negre face as she, the first rider out of the gate in ski women, laying down the gauntlet for the rest of the field as Team Spain out there giving her props. I love the national aspect, these team camaraderie from the different countries. It's a whole new aspect to freeride and one that I think everyone at home can really get behind. And that was an effort to be proud of there for Spanish rider Elizabeth Marina.
Absolutely. Sometimes even when you crash, you're still making a strong statement.
Yeah, statement indeed. We are back up to the top. Team Germany, represented by Lena Kohler, 25 years old, out of Nordket, and she kicks things off, looking for another strong start here, way out on the rider's right side of the face.
Taking a nice strong air. When Lena wants to ski well and fast, Lena can ski well and fast. For her, it's always just a mental game, but she has the technique and the skill set to do really well on these types of venues.
Yeah, powerful rider as we see the German athlete getting up here. It's a sharky zone, but managing to find her way out of there cleanly. So 2 solid airs in the upper section, now skiing above this enormous section of exposure and still finding fresh powder turns is Lena Kohler.
Yeah, I think it would be hard on this venue not to just want to go for a pure pow run. The snow is so nice today here.
Well, most of Team Germany opting for this rider's right side of the venue. We saw Hitzig out in the same area, and Lena Kohler making short work of that upper section, and another large ledge there, deep landing.
Yeah, really deep. The transition probably was a little bit behind her, but she was able to sort of muscle through. She'll get docked a little bit for the landing, but still moving cleanly throughout this venue.
Yeah, and Lena Kohler finding more features lurking below her as she comes. This section saw a lot of action earlier on as she makes her way down, and Lena Kohler just making sure that she's got her precise landmarks exactly lined up the way she planned.
Now let's see what she does. She's chosen not to take those airs above, so what the judges will want to see is, did you choose to skip them because you're going to make up for it below?
Well, she sure did. Lena Kohler launching herself, an absolutely massive send for the German rider. Ski unable to stay on her foot, but this category is leaving nothing behind as it is an absolute throwdown in ski women.
Yeah, it's just so fun to see. I mean, all these girls have such a huge technical and trick background. They're really not afraid to go big, and Lena proving that in front of our faces.
Well, I love this start, launching off that landing, using every squat she did all summer to hold on to that landing, and Hadley to fall line approach there for Lena.
Yeah, you know, she really just kept her skis pointing down, and as we said, she skipped those top airs. We didn't know why, and it turns out she was gonna go massive at the bottom, maybe almost too big past the landing.
Yeah, launching over the second rock ledge there. So Lena Kohler absolutely throwing down on this face, and she approaches the finish. We're gonna go right back up to the top. The ski women putting on a send-a-thon here as we are waiting for the first clean run, and the rider in the gate is hoping to deliver it. It is Zana Farrell riding out of Australia, part of that higher freeride crew. The Aussies have been really building the freeride community, and they are getting after it. Zana Farrell, one of the strongest riders. She's riding on the Challenger Tour, but if you watch her Instagram, she has got all the pieces in place for a mammoth run here on this face.
She really does. For lack of a better word, she really shreds. And I think it's so cool, as you said, out of Australia, they do often have the chance of having a year-long winter, hopping from hemispheres, getting as much skiing as you can. And you can see that technical GS, super G-like turns. Such a cool rider to watch.
Oh, yeah. Zana, look at that turn. Flying off, pulling her feet up. Oh, and coming undone there at 1,000,000 miles an hour, bouncing down. Hopefully Zana's okay there as she collects herself. Yeah, hand wave.
Oh, helmet off. That is a complete yard sale, but wow, the energy of that run was so awesome.
Well, just putting everything on the line, never taking her skis out of the fall line, and unable to hold on to it. So Zana looking if she wants to go uphill or downhill to start collecting gear. But the aggression of that approach was insane.
Yeah, you can see it right off the top. As we said, that top section is close to 47 degrees in steepness, and she turned that. I didn't know if I was watching the Honeycomb or a free ride competition. It really looked like a race course, the way that she was aggressively landing, or skiing.
Picking up her ski and just clearing those rocks. Looks like the outer shell of her helmet separating from the inner. The turn that she made to set up that air was incredible. And she just lost the left ski Hadley, and that's where things really came undone.
Yeah, we're thankful she avoided all those rocks. Good trajectory in that crash, but that is the type of skiing that when I see a woman do that, I get so excited. I think it really shows full commitment, not afraid to go fast. And I feel like we're going to see a lot more of Zana in the future.
100%. She's got all, like we said when she was in the start gate, all the elements are there, but putting the puzzle pieces together on this stage is hard. There's the pressure, you know, you want to put down a run that you feel proud of, and she certainly had all the makings of that at the approach to that run.
She really did. That was full pedal to the metal. Really cool to see, but yeah, she's been waiting all day. It could have been a thing where going a little bit slightly slower could have made her run better.
I don't even think that's in her DNA. I think these riders, like, they're all vying for gold. They all want to be the freeride world champion, and every single one of them, they know, you know, for some of these riders that ride on the Challenger Tour, this is their first opportunity on the global stage, and every single one of them wants to show what they're made of. And Zana, I mean,
she showed us.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a clean run top to bottom. I think she just put the world on notice of what is in store for the young Australian rider. So we're going back up to the top. We've got 3 riders down and no clean runs so far. What's that doing to the mental state up top?
You know, I think the riders at the top might not know exactly what just happened. A lot of them are smart. They put away their phones. They're not focusing on what's going on. They certainly know that there's been a crash, and that's kind of a little bit of a hard thing to bounce back. If you're the next rider, you really have to stay focused, stay in your zone. We see Jenna's fan club, but I think if any girl watches Zana's run, that will pump them up to do as well as she just did in terms of just full force.
Yeah, absolute full throttle attack mode. Ski women underway here. The final category in the FIS Freeride World Championships Andorra 2026. Oh, by Mammut. This has just been incredible. So the judges, a little pause here. What you're seeing here is the view from directly next to the judges' tent. They need to be able to see the riders through the binoculars for them to run. Jenna Keller out of Switzerland. Team Switzerland has been representing strongly today, and she is going to be looking to lace a clean run and represent her country. You know, she's a former Freeride World Tour finals winner on the Bec des Roses in Verbier. So daunting terrain is not going to be, difficult for her.
It's certainly one. I think the key for Jenna right now is finding the right headspace. We've seen on the tour this season that she hasn't ridden exactly to the potential that we know her for. And so I think this is a cool opportunity for her. It's a different event, a new event. She's got her countrymen with her, and maybe it's a way to switch it up and turn it on.
Yeah, turn it up. And we've seen the 3 women before her turning it up to about 1,000 and really going for it. We're going to check in with our judges panel as they have been working hard. We got Lolo Best, head judge and commissioner, on the line. Lolo, how are you feeling about what we're seeing so far from this first World Championship event?
Oh, it's pretty crazy. It's definitely, you can tell that the riders, they are not playing with a 6th or 7th place. They all want to win the world title. So I guess that's why we're seeing so many loss of skis and issues. But yeah, for sure, the show is here. We've seen some great things and obviously a lot of crashes, but I guess that's down to the fact that it's a World Championship.
All right, well, thank you, Lolo, and thank you to our esteemed panel of judges. They are putting in work today, Hadley. A difficult task just parsing out the details of these runs.
It really is, but they are well trained and they take this so seriously. They're so prepared. And they know what they say really reflects on the athletes. So it's not something that they're just throwing scores out here. They've got a real system.
Yeah, the system is in place, and it has so far crowned 3 World Championships, a historic day for freeride here in Ordino Arcalís, Andorra, the first ever freeride World Championships. Jenna Keller out of Switzerland, pushing out of the start gate and representing her country here at the World Championships.
Taking that far skier's left entrance in, going further than we've seen any athlete go before, picking off a nice piece of that air, and knowing Jenna, she'll make quick work.
Yeah, you can see the technique reflected. Jenna is a professional ski instructor training other ski instructors, so her technique absolutely on point. Lofting! Going absolutely huge there. Trajectory a little bit off. Hopefully Jenna's okay. She was floating towards those rocks. Doing a little self-assessment there. And Jenna Keller going for it again. The ski women just putting it on the line. So the riders, when they're okay, they're trained to wave their arms or tap their heads. And Jenna's angle was a little bit off there, so I'm a bit worried about the rocks towards that landing for Jenna.
Yeah, it looked like even in the takeoff, she got kicked the wrong direction. And yeah, we don't know what's happening, and we'll just wait for the news. We have a lot of medics on site. As you can see, they're coming quite quickly, and they'll send them as quick as possible.
Yeah, ski patrollers, guides, medics, doctors. We've got the best team in the snow industry, and they're all over the face. Hadley, the safety team, they've been in the background this entire time, but they are here, and they are the best trained people to handle these kinds of situations.
They really are. The Freeride World Tour, FIS, no one takes any, there's no margin in terms of safety. They've got it all covered.
So patroller on scene there. We got to give a shout out to the Ordino Arcalís ski patrol team. They've been setting up here and figuring out the placements for all the patrollers and the guides and the doctors, the medics across the face. They were out busily this morning doing avalanche control in this face. We've had a ton of new snow. As we see there, Elizabeth Marina, she's sitting in that Mammut leader seat and, waving to the friends at home. This ski women's category really, really pushing the envelope today.
Yeah, I think all the girls knew that they had to put their best foot forward, and that playing it safe was not an option for this competition.
So you can see the wind building up. The wind's actually done us a favor as we were delayed this morning with those convective clouds, a bit of moisture in the air from the storm previously, and it kind of just bubbled up into the valley and just sat on the competition venue. Every other direction this morning as we were waiting was clear and blue, but the wind that you can see kind of pushing off the cornice there is actually helping us now with visibility.
It really is. We were all a little bit nervous this morning, but so thankful that we're able to bring this first edition of the championships to you. It's definitely getting late in the day. These women have to stay focused. And yeah, we're just hoping that Jenna is doing okay.
Yeah, she's being attended to by the best on snow medical team in the business. Hadley, you've been in this situation where riders in front of you have crashed when you're in the start gate. How do you keep yourself level and steady mentally while you're waiting to go?
You know, Derek, a lot of these riders have pre-comp routines. So they have a routine for when they get up, but they also have a routine for these moments before they drop in. And often what you would do, because this happened more than you would ever want, is to restart that routine again. Say, okay, I'm going back. It looks like we have a bit of a delay, so I'm going to go back to the beginning of that routine, and whether it's the music they're listening to, the visualizations that they're doing, a lot of them are picturing their run, so they're just got to rewind, reset, and drop back into that, because you really have to give your nervous system a break. You don't want to be at that level of I'm about to drop for too long.
Yeah, I mean, the adrenaline dump that the riders must be going for, it's a real roller coaster when it's your time to go and then suddenly it's not. You know, keeping your mindset kind of where it needs to be must be so difficult.
It really is, and I think that's what makes competition so unique. A lot of people watch this and say, oh, I could ski that line, but it's really different to ski that line in front of judges, in front of your peers, in front of you watching.
All right, well, we are rolling on with Chisato Sasada riding out of Japan, splitting her time between Innsbruck in Austria and Hakuba in Japan. Team Japan really showing up here and throwing down on this face as we see Chisato now just finding her way in through the cornice with a big wave for the judges so they know exactly where she's dropping in.
Yeah, making her entrance in. Really fun two places to be, get the POW of Japan and then the technical riding that Innsbruck offers. We'll see Chisato making beautiful turns down this chute out into the apron. Again, these girls don't have the same visibility, the same sunshine as we saw the snowboarders this morning, but they know that they've made those adjustments.
Yeah, and the visibility is clear enough. You can see there's contrast in the snow and contrast with the rocks, so they are able to see where they're going. Chisato making short work of that upper section on the face and now into this wide way rider's left couloir as she makes her way down towards a series of features below her.
A nice air and really holding on. And you can see she's such a powerful skier, the way that she's linking these GS turns in between the features. And it's all about fluidity, keeping that forward momentum down the hill.
Yeah, Chisato having to fight for balance, but she managed it really well. Sometimes in the powder, maybe a ski kicks out, but she really was able to get things going. You can see a bunch of tracks below her. So riders really needing to navigate what's been done before. And a nice double air for Chisato. And getting backseat and tossed. So a little bit, what happened there?
Yeah, it looks like she just got high-setted. I don't know if the bomb hole to her left distracted her because it was quite massive, but yeah, just high-sided on that turn. And as you can see, that snow it's dense and it's starting to get a little bit denser throughout the day and will settle up, so it's not as easy to ski through.
Well, Chisato back up and on her way. Moving down this lower section of the venue, you can see some of those roller balls that have come down when the sun was on the upper section of the face. And you can see the body language there just tells the whole story.
Yeah, a lot of disappointment for what was a really strong run above. You can see really just showing this alpine technique right out the gate.
Yeah, powerful technique for the Japanese skier as she made her way through this section. And then I really like her approach, fall line approach, landing. That one ski got a little caught in the powder, Hadley, but she handled it.
Yeah, that's just pre-season training, having that strength to be able to pull your skis back underneath. And this double, really smart. She found a fresh landing. Yeah, it was just here. It was right at the start of where either the bomb or the slough snow had probably started to set up a little bit. Potentially one ski going a little faster, the other in slower terrain.
Well, and the rest of Team Japan coming out to cheer on the crew. These guys having an absolute blast here and really representing well for Team Japan. The other riders absolutely loving that run from Chisato Sasada. And we are getting news that Jenna Keller, just in case you were wondering, was able to get up and ski out on her own. So 30.67 for Chisato Sasada. And yeah, just passing on that Jenna Keller was up. She got her skis on. She skied to the bottom. So good news for the Swiss rider, as you know, frightening moments here on the face, and these riders really putting it on the line. So we are 5 riders in to ski women. Everybody going for it here. Nobody wants to leave anything undone.
Exactly. This is a category that is showing that we have something to prove, and we are here.
All right, back up to the top. We heard the interview before. It is Canadian rider Justine Dufour-Lapointe. She's got a gold medal and a silver medal from the Olympics. She has 2 Freeride World Tour titles. She's got a win on the tour this year. She is no stranger to these high-pressure events. The maple leaf on her shoulder, and she is going out with some heat.
She is taking the skiers right side of the venue, getting her first air, linking some nice turns. This is a girl that is probably the best competitor, man or woman, on the tour right now. She knows the right mindset to be in.
Yeah, a true professional in athletics, launching over that, clearing the bomb hole. So Justine Dufour-Lapointe with that trademark style, she's really not afraid to go fast, popping into this feature that we've seen other riders have a real tough time with, and lacing turns in this extremely technical section.
Really cool riding. Again, she's taking slight variations off of the more common lines. That's really smart. She's finding clean landings and even some clean pow turns.
And taking that one, a fall line approach to a huge air. Justine having to readjust her goggles there as a little bit of a heavy head landing. That was a bit flat, Hadley. But again, the physical preparation that these riders go through really paying off now for Justine.
Exactly. Now she'll just have to navigate this section that she knew got chewed up, but no problem for Justine. Let's see if she heads to the windlet for one of her signature backflips.
Well, hold your breath here. Justine laying it out.
Yes.
Perfect execution. The crowd going wild. This is what we know and love from Justine Dufour-Lapointe, as now she connects with the cat track. Hands in the air. Maple leaf being waved there by her friends as Justine Dufour-Lapointe, the first clean run top to bottom from Ski Women, and an absolute banger.
Yeah, right over those bomb holes. Like I said, this girl knows how to compete. She knows how to make adjustments. Maybe she watched Jenna do that backflip and decided not to do it. Here she finds perfectly fresh landings, handles the fact that they're pretty flat with the strength that she's done. And again, classic Justine, perfect 4-point backflip.
Yeah, she stretches it out. She knows exactly how hard she needs to set that rotation, and then getting right onto the right foot after, Hadley, that the ability to go from the trick back into the turns. Well, in a 76.33 for Justine Dufour-Lapointe, and she will take over that Mammut leader seat from the first rider of the day, Elizabeth Marina. And Team Canada putting themselves onto the leader's seat. Just electric moments here as we're seeing the Ski Women just elevate the game, and finally seeing one top to bottom clean.
Totally. It's definitely an up and down of the day. These women really have to handle it all, but we're excited to see this next rider go.
Molly Armanino riding out of Kirkwood, California for Team USA. She is known for high-speed riding and extremely technical line selection, as Molly Armanino now pushing out of the start gate for her campaign for World Champion glory.
Yeah, we've seen her podium on the Freeride World Tour. This girl knows how to just put the speed on as we've seen the other riders. Look how fast she's going, Derek.
Yeah, the pace here is absolutely electric. Molly just shedding a little bit of speed there, and wisely, as we've seen that feature, gobble up riders who take it too far. Molly Armanino with this technical approach, and look at what's below her, flying into that with a clean landing and no hesitation for Molly Armanino.
She's been studying that line really hard. She knew exactly. It was a feature that she picked out right away in inspection, just as a classic Molly. She knows herself, knows what she wants. She's making her quick work of this venue.
Yeah, a tiny dot on this huge face coming down. There's a few line options below for Molly Armanino as she sets herself up above this feature, popping off and getting the direction she needs to collect another feature. That bomb hole there, she needs to just avoid it, and does narrowly.
Yeah, as you said, Derek, these riders don't know everything that's happened in the venue before, so they have to be prepared to react to things like new bomb holes, just as Molly did. Perfect, making a clean run. This is the first clean run for Molly of her competitive season, so she's going to be feeling really good.
Yeah, looking back up at her track, an enormous face behind her as Molly Armanino goes top to bottom in the blink of an eye. As we take a look, absorbing that takeoff, Hadley, really smart.
Yeah, that's classic Molly. She knows the airs and loves the airs where all she needs to do is kind of pick up her legs, suck them in. And this was really cool too, finding a perfect landing, steep and clean.
Yeah, and you can see her just directing herself off that feature, so she was able to line up this final piece, wrapping around the enormous buttress that we saw take down Lena Kohler, and just collecting feature after feature for Molly Armanino. Such quick feet.
Really quick, and that's just knowing your line, knowing where to go, and having your reactions be perfect.
All right, score coming in for Molly. It goes up to 74, and she moves into second with a big smile on her face. So Molly Armanino, top to bottom, rapid approach for Team USA there. The women starting to figure out the fine line here between enough and too much. Here, everybody vying for the world champion title. Everybody wants to stand on top of that podium. As we go back to the top, Team Austria, represented by the next rider. It is Ulla Gilo, and she is up top. She's been studying hard, the challenger rider in Region 1, which is Europe and Oceania. She had a lot of different ideas that she was just trying to dial in to the final product. And we see now Ulla pushing out of the start gate and getting ready to start her campaign for glory.
Nice, finding a nice clean landing on that. She's a ski instructor. She has such good technical background. One of the youngest people to ever become a guide and a ski instructor in Austria. She knows how to study well and then perform.
Yeah, and getting into a really technical part of this upper face and making very short work of it. Ulla lacing those turns after that air. So putting together all the pieces, technique, line score, fluidity for Ulla as she makes her way down. Still finding some fresh powder turns even this late in the day.
Yeah, and just really cool to see the pace of the women just going for it, never really bringing their skis out of the fall line and moving as fast as possible down this venue.
Yeah, and we know Ulla's got a deep bag of freestyle tricks as well. She's a great combination of technical riding and air and style, one of the big categories here. As she makes her way into this section, you can see a lot of those old tracks. It's a bit chewed up, but she's making short work of it and going way over here into this double that we saw a bunch of the men take on. And Ulla, fall line approach, and no, just landing. That landing has been absolutely pounded by the previous categories.
Yeah, I think it was no pulls, exactly where we saw Wei Tian land. I think she just got a little bit caught up in that. So she's making her way out to a no pull finish, right? She's doing okay.
She's doing okay, yeah. She left her poles on the face, but a really strong approach, and another rider who is new to this big world stage and really showing the world that she's got what it takes to compete at this level.
Yeah, you see her just navigating these rocks and bushes and going for the double, and let's see that landing, I think, a little bucked and then right in Wei Tian's bomb hole. It's pretty much impossible to land.
Yeah, he left a huge crater in the landing, and it's hard for the riders who are up at the top to know exactly where those things have been, you know, where the big landings have happened, where the traffic has gone. And Ulla, with another just absolutely full throttle approach, the ski women's category, just going for it. They all want to be world champ today.
They really do, and she can be proud, but also we understand why she's disappointed. The run that could have been.
37-point score there, and you can hear her just telling, you know, the friends there on the sidelines a massive bomb hole as she shares a hug with Justine. Hopefully she'll get her poles back. We got a whole bunch of ski runners on the venue, and they're going to make sure those are clear before any other riders drop. So Justine Dufour-Lapointe, Molly Armanino, and Ulla Gilo. That is your 1, 2, 3 so far in ski women. A number of no scores there. Zana Farrell, Lena Kohler, Jenna Keller, all throwing down and coming unglued as vying for world championship glory here, proving to be a tall task, but everybody is going for it. Nobody wants to leave anything on the table here as we make our way through the ski women's category, the final category of the day. And Hadley, everybody is really, really pushing hard today.
Exactly. We saw it in the men's ski category. We saw it in every category. It's really, this is the day. It's one run. Just give it everything you have.
All right, well, a big wave from the rider there in the start gate. It is Poland's Zuzanna Witek. She is the sole member of Team Poland here, representing her entire country. And you know she feels so much pride being the rider to represent the nation of Poland here on the world stage in Freeride, a historic day. And Zuzanna Witek, she's got wins on the Freeride World Tour. She's coming back from knee injury, and we saw her kind of returning to form in the last Freeride World Tour event. And you know she's going to want to push hard to show the world exactly what Polish freeride is all about.
Exactly. You see her waving her poles, entering in, perfect landing, cruising through this top core. She has such strong alpine technique. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, using that little bit of a slide to slow down, but not really going any slower, just controlling the speed. The judges love to see that as Zuzanna Witek, short work of the upper section as she makes her way down to the plethora of features on this lower corner, catching that perfectly, and Zuzanna Witek in ultimate control right now.
Exactly. No hesitation as she makes her way through these features, and that's key for the judges. They don't want to see you stop or hesitate unless it's for a very specific reason. Otherwise, full gas right off everything.
Yeah, and Zuzanna Witek now crossing over. There's lots of options over here. You can see a couple of the tracks there. Zuzanna catching perfect transition. So the reception back onto the snow. The angles need to line up, Hadley, and Zuzanna really scoped that well.
Yeah, she did. And you see now she's in a place where no one has gone before. Fresh tracks for the rider. Really smart, knowing they'd go so far back into the categories.
Yeah, so lining up a big chunk of terrain. Zuzanna puts the skis into the fall line, and another perfect landing as she gets herself back into control. A big ledge lurking beneath her, opting for this diving board takeoff and holding on. Zuzanna Witek, never a doubt.
No, really, she's so good, and it was really cool to see the way that she made the venue unique to her. Again, that's really smart. It's the last category of the day. She's halfway through that category, which means that she's searching for those fresh landings.
So you can see this aggressive approach, Hadley, right out of the gate, landing perfectly. I love this turn. She gets her speed under control and is able to then execute the rest of the skiing down that couloir.
Yeah, it's not just about the trick, but it's how you come out of the air or the trick afterwards, and she's proving that she's got that full control.
Yeah, little bit of time to line this up, but then perfect landing. As we said, Zuzanna Witek coming off a pretty significant knee injury, so she's still feeling her way back into competition mode, but she is in the finish. With a big smile on her face as the score dropping for Zuzanna. It goes up to an 80.33, and Zuzanna Witek taking over the lead with that run. Pure freeride. Justine Dufour-Lapointe had some time in that leader seat, and Susanna taking it over with that huge run, pure free ride top to bottom.
She's got to feel really good right now. The fans behind her, braving out the cold, all waiting to watch. Well deserved.
Yeah, and you can see the sun getting low on the horizon in the backdrop. So Susanna takes over the top spot. Justine Dufour-Lapointe and Molly Armanino. Those are your podium sitters currently in ski women. As you said, we're just about halfway through the category. So still a bunch of nations still to be represented. Ellie Olsen now riding out of Sweden. Åre, her home resort, and she has been riding on the Challengers. She was studying with Ulla, and she is going to be looking to make short work of this venue for Team Sweden.
Yeah, we like to keep it in the family on the free ride categories. Her brother Edvin, a big also Freeride World Tour competitor. Ellie showing that she has what it's got, making fast work, catching small airs on the side here as she makes her way to the bigger part of the venue.
Yeah, real fall line attack for the Swedish rider here, as Ellie Olsen, no stranger to these big mountain faces. She's been skiing in Engelberg in Sweden, or in Switzerland, to get herself ready for this, and enjoying this untracked section of powder as Ellie Olsen flying over that in a clean landing.
We can see the snow is starting to set up a little bit, but no issues for her. She's using those trees as a landmark to know where her next feature is. This part has been a little bit chewed up, but she's making her way in quick slalom-like turns through it.
Yeah, and sliding over. She's got a little bit of a redirect here. I know her and Ulla kind of scoped that double together, so I wonder if she got the call that maybe the bomb hole in the landing doesn't exactly work. Ellie Olsen now heading out towards this wind lip and popping a 360 landing clean, getting a little bit of a ski caught up, but she was able to pull through. And Ellie Olsen now off this final drop, and in there is another big feature there. She's going to opt out of that one.
See, yeah, it looks like she's just going to come all the way out. The judges will notice that. If you skip features, they'll tend to dock that, but it's a smart way. She's through clean, which is, we can't say that about everyone so far in the category today.
Yeah, it's been challenging just to get down, and Team Sweden flying the colors proudly for Ellie Olsen as we take a look back at this replay.
Yeah, nice. She found able to like muscle through that landing, comes up, pops a 3, making it around on that wind lip, and then redirecting her turns down into the fall line.
Yeah, the feet just bursting through that powder landing. You see them pop back out, and then she was able to redirect to get another feature as Ellie Olsen into the backdrop, representing Team Sweden there with a strong performance on what is proving to be a challenging venue for the finest freeride athletes in the world here. Tough day on the mountain, but a strong campaign there from Ellie Olsen. And the score comes in at a 70.33 for the Swedish rider, putting herself into 4th so far in ski women. Right back up we go. Poland sitting on top now, followed closely by Canada and the USA. And we are looking at our next rider in the ski women's category. This is another former Freeride World Tour champion, New Zealand's Jess Hodder. She's been off the Freeride World Tour for a bit, but has not taken a break from freeride skiing, unleashing film parts all over the world, skiing with MSP and the head team. And Jess Hodder now, you know, she's got it's a big day for New Zealand, and Jess Hodder absolutely fired up to light things up here.
Making very quick work of that top section. You know, once you feel what it's like to be an overall champion, it's pretty hard to not want it again. And I think Jess is aiming for that top spot as she comes up and makes her first big air of the venue.
A perfect landing there for Jess. As you can see, a few tracks here, the landing a little bit, or the, yeah, landing's a little bit chewed up, but Jess Hodder finding a clean route through as she gets her way into this really technical zone. She's going to have to come off here with a bit of an airplane turn. Nice landing, getting a bit sat down. Just flat there, Hadley.
It is flat, and it's not a clean landing on anywhere else but where she landed. So that was really good scoping work by the Kiwi.
All right, well, Jess Hodder coming in this area has seen a ton of action, pointing it, turning it into a double, getting onto that right foot as she's approaching the wind lip. She's just controlling her speed, on this approach, and Jess Hodder laying out a backflip and just a touch too much rotation, and Jess Hodder going down.
She's down. We'll wait for the wave, but she is holding her knee, so let's give her a minute.
When you can see the member of the medical team there directly on site to give Jess Hodder some aid there. Looks like she's a little bit stuck. So they'll check in. We've got the medical team on site, ski patrollers, mountain guides, doctors, all scattered around the face. This team ready to react when they need to. So Jess Hodder, she looks like she's just a little bit tangled up there. There are some bushes and rocks under the snow. Jess Hodder with a good run going, tossing that backflip off the wind lip. Challenging day for the riders out here on this face.
It really is, and the snow is, it's soft, but it's not totally forgiving. So here we have our leader right now of this category, the sole representation of Poland.
Yeah, Zuzana Witek proudly holding the Polish flag there. Like you said, she's the only member of Team Poland right now represented at the FIS Freeride World Championships, and sitting in that Mammut leader seat. That's her job done for the day. Well, and Andorra has come out in force today to support this huge international crew of free riders. You can see French flags flying in the background. Everybody representing their country, just doing everything they can to amp these riders up. It's been a heavy day for everyone. A long wait. We had a big delay at the start, and that starts to eat into the riders' nerves. All right, we are going to go down to the finish area with the woman sitting on the Mammut leader seat, Zuzana Witek, with an enormous statement. Zuzana, we're so excited for you sitting in the hot seat. How are things feeling down there for you? All right, well, we're seeing the crowd here just electrified by the performance here at the Freeride World Championships, the Basse Negra face here in the Andorran Pyrenees, providing the canvas for the riders to paint a picture. I mean, it's proving difficult, Hadley, but this face is incredible. So we're going to check in with the woman who is sitting in the Mammut leader seat for ski women. Zuzana Witek, how does it feel to be sitting in the leader seat right now?
Śnieg już był mega ciężki, mega przytupiony. Długo czekania. 8 godzin oczekiwania na start, także było hardkorowa, ale jest, mamy to. Jest hot seat. Zostało chyba jeszcze 5 albo 6 dziewczyn. Ciśniemy.
All right, we've got
If you're joining in just now, we have Zuzana out of Poland in the leader seat. We're just waiting to see the result of Jess Hodder, who wasn't able to complete her run. She is still on the mountain. We are waiting to hear an update from her. But here is a replay of Zuzana's current winning run that has her in the lead so far.
Well, such impressive form. The technique just absolutely on point. Hadley, you know, the technique, one of the big categories, or one of the 5 categories in the judging, and Zuzana just maximizing that on the upper section of the face.
Really, you can see, I think she made the fewest amount of turns into that upper couloir, and then just no hesitation straight into that first air. And as you said, Derek, she knows how to get on that downhill ski and redirect her turns to her next feature.
So Hadley, she's sitting in the hot seat. We saw the run of Justine with the big backflip. What do you think was the difference maker between those 2 runs right now that are sitting in first and second?
That's definitely for the judges to tell us later, to define, but I think what stood out for Zuzana is her skiing in between and how quickly she made it from air to air. Everything was solid. And I think it shows that trick and air and style is important, but is just one category. And I think this new air that she did also added a lot to her score.
Yeah, the judges take that into account. Line score, you know, is such an important factor for these riders, and that was a big cliff drop for Zuzana, and then showing the control to get over there and catch another one right off the nose.
Exactly, and she had to make it through. Eaten out a lot of the day.
Love this approach right off the bat. Sit in the Mammut leader seat here at the FIS Freeride World Championships. The final category of the day is ski women, and Zuzana Witek of Poland is holding on to the lead as we are making our way through the ski women's category. A really strong performance and a return to form for Zuzana, coming off a knee injury. How is this for her confidence going forward into the season?
Yeah, you know, when you come off of injuries, it's so interesting because you often get a bonus season of training. You get a whole extra year or a whole few extra months to get stronger, but it's a total head game when you come back from injury. You're always now nervous. Am I going to ruin my season? Am I going to be out again? And so it takes a while to find that confidence again in your own skiing and the fact that you will be able to do ski runs without getting hurt.
J'entends rien.
All right, well, we've got head judge and commissioner Lolo Bess on the line. Lolo, a tricky day for these riders to find the balance between enough and not enough. What do you think is going on out there on the mountain?
Yeah, I think, but you know, one thing it's sure is like conditions didn't get better after nearly 60 riders altogether. The snow is probably getting tough, and yeah, once again, I think, you know, when it's all or nothing, they want to send it, maybe sometimes a bit too much, and I guess that's why we're seeing so many crashes. But looking at Zuzana Witek's run, you can tell that, yeah, these are the type of riders who succeed, and I think she made a very intelligent riding, big drops, control all the way, and in technical line, so that's why she's here in front now, right now.
Yeah, we wanted to dive in a little bit into the judging criteria. We've got Zuzana Witek sitting in first right now, Justine Dufour-Lapointe sitting in second. Can you describe what the difference makers were for Zuzana?
I think, yeah, Zuzana, I think it's the sheer amount of drop that she did, the consistency in terms of size, and she was all the way in control with a good flow. For sure, I think when you looked at, for example, it was a different rider, but Zana Farrell probably showed the best skiing, but unfortunately did not manage to keep it up all the way. And yeah, we also had a good run for Molly Armanino at the really top, but she did not manage to get the consistency all the way from top to bottom, and that's probably why she's not right now in the top 2 position. So coming to Justine, equal as she always be, someone very solid, but I think she wanted probably to be so much in the finish choral that she didn't push herself enough, probably the top, and yeah, good backflip, but probably lacking of big features ahead and a good skiing too.
Lolo, it's Hadley here. Can you talk a little bit, you've been in that judge's seat for so long, about the progression of the women's ski category over the years?
Well, I think there's a few more riders coming in, and then I can expect the best from them. What's sure is since few years, freestyle has been completely part of their skiing, their luggage they're bringing into the competitions. We've got high like competitive rider with very technical lines and bringing into it some freestyle moves. So that's what Justine did. I think she unfortunately did not bring the skiing and the technicality that she used to, where Susanna really exceeded today.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for all of your hard work. It's been a long, big day, but as you said, we still have a lot of riders here to go. How are you feeling for the end of this comp?
Yeah, 5 riders to go, big names. We can expect a lot from Manon Losky, obviously. She's still young and she has shown like incredible run in the past. We have Lily Bradley who won competitions last year. So yeah, she's also someone who can, equally to Susanna Vicic, just send like big moves with great skiing. So yeah, I think those are two from the best. And then obviously we're not gonna forget about Astrid Chelus from France, a ski woman at the moment that probably went a bit above those 100% that she should do, or probably a bit lower even than that. And I think she's probably sent it too far, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe it will be her race today as a World Championship.
All right, well, thank you to the judges. They are doing tireless work here at the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championships, Andorra 2026 by Mammut. We are underway with ski women, the final category of the day. Zuzana Vitek now sitting in the hot seat, the Mammut leader seat. She's got a big kiss for all the friends at home as Andorra has provided the backdrop. The snow gods are smiling upon us. The weather has held up through the day. It's been an intense day so far.
It really has. I mean, to start the day with a weather hold for that long, you know, you can see the athletes, they loaded up, they left the hotel this morning, and then to have to wait a few hours, it's always a mental game to get ready. And then to watch category after category, you really have to be so on it. It's a competition.
Yeah, a huge day. So Jessica Hodder has been attended to by the medical team here on the FIS, and we'll get news to you about what's going on with her as soon as we get it. But just know she is under the best possible care. We've got the doctors, we've got patrollers and guides, the medics taking the best possible care of these athletes, and safety the #1 priority for them. And the riders definitely putting themselves on the line here today in that quest for World Championship glory. Yeah, it's not a no-risk sport. There's always a chance for injury here, and the riders know that, but they're also prepared for that. They know the consequences and make the adjustments in their preseason and during the season to make sure that they are riding as safe as possible. Yeah, and it's such a delicate balance, and we've seen it all day today in all 4 categories, where riders are really trying to find the perfect mix of enough, you know, to do enough to land themselves in a podium position or top of the podium position, but not so much that they're unable to hold on to it. And it is, you know, with powder conditions and a face this big and this historic backdrop of the World Championships on the line, this balance is proving to be tricky to find. It really is, and it's going to separate sort of the champions from everyone else, as the champions are ones to find that balance. Yeah, incredibly difficult for the riders, but they all are really, really excited about the opportunity to compete at the first ever FIS Freeride World Championships. So they are going for it, and we are seeing ski women really step up the game, and some of them tipping the teeter-totter maybe a little heavy on the send side, but what we're seeing to me is an indication of where the ski women's category is at in terms of just raw aggression on these freeride venues. Exactly. You know, I think sometimes you have to zoom a little bit further out from just even one competition or one season and look at the overall. I think in these categories like women's skis, where you really see the progression increasing, I think you can't take it comp by comp or year by year, but look bigger and say, okay, sometimes some years they have to
the dial gets pushed, and that means that not all runs will get land, but that next year or the year after that is when they've had enough experience to know what it means to push that dial.
Yeah, and zooming out even further, there are a ton of young ski girls that are watching this and seeing this level and thinking at home, all right, that's what we're doing. We are going for it. And so a lot of these young girls and young women pushing hard. So right now we have Poland's Zuzanna Witek sitting on the Mammut leader seat. Zuzanna, describe how you're feeling sitting right now on top.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. The day was crazy now with the long wait at the beginning of the day, and yeah, we're dropping so late. Actually, it was pretty tough to ski because we had already refrozen snow after the whole day on the sand. So yeah, it was tougher than I thought because in the morning it looked so nice. So yeah, I'm so happy to race my run. It wasn't like perfect plan, but I'm so happy I did it. Especially, yeah, I'm repeating myself as I'm just 10 months post knee surgery, so it's just amazing to be here, to be sitting on the seats. Like, it's wow, I'm kind of in shock a bit. So thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, shock makes sense. You've done a lot of Freeride World Tour competitions as an individual. What does it mean to compete for your nation?
I mean, for me, it's not something really special because I'm a big honor to be the only one Polish here, and yeah, to carry my flag. And I love Poland so much. There's so many amazing, beautiful people cheering for me so strong in back in my country, and I've got whole Polish crew here with me. So this is something very special, and I was way more stressed than the Freeride World Tour Comp, which is already crazy. And yeah, I feel huge responsibility, huge honor, a lot of pressure, but yeah, I'm so thankful to do this.
All right, well, describing the pressure of your whole nation on your shoulders, talk us through the run. We talked to the judges before. They love the technical aspect and the size of the airs. Describe putting that run together and then how you actually did it on snow today.
Yeah, actually, my plan for the run, I had two plans because it was depending on the, on the others. Because we were lucky, it depends, to drop in the end. So we get to see the others. And so I had two plans. One a little bit different, that I knew the landings would be a little bit better because I was hoping that it would be a little bit less ridden. But then, the first of I think third snowboarder to drop, Jonathan Panfield, did the same exactly line almost than me. So I thought, oh, maybe it's not that original that I thought. And then it was really not a lot of people. So I was I was a bit confident, and yeah, the landings would be a little bit better than the central part. So yeah, I stick to the plan from the beginning to the end. I mean, it was not as fluid that I wished to, but it was a little bit because of the snow. It was taking skis a little bit. So yeah, but I'm happy to do the plan, to not fall, and yeah, to be here and have a good score and be on the leader seat. Well, so happy.
Well, congratulations. We know the day is not over, but enjoy that seat for as long as you have it, and have a great end of the day, and we are going to continue on with the competition.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear there is a heli just above my head, so it was hard to hear, but I heard congratulations at the beginning, so thank you very much, and I'm cheering for all the other girls that they still have to drop, and all the best to Jess. I hope it's nothing very serious, and to everyone who had any injuries today, yeah.
All right, huge thank you to Zuzanna Witek as she sits in that Mammut leader seat. We are in gorgeous Ordino Arcalís in Andorra. We had a chance to really dig in with our Andorran freeride ambassador, Ordino Arcalís.
I'm Ordino Arcalís, rider from Ordino Arcalís. And we are for the FIS World Championships in the history. That's awesome. Andorra for freeride, I think it's too good because it's a small resort. In a few hours, you can do a lot of runs, different runs, and we have trees, big faces, small couloirs. We have all the mountain things that we need for training and for be happy in the snow. Representing Andorra in the first freeride championships, it means a lot for me because it means that the federation and the people from Andorra trusted me. It's so exciting to be the only one riding for represent my country. I have the extra pressure for do a good run because all my people it's looking me. Also, it's like a little bit release because it's in my snow, by my mountains, and I'm less stressed. I'm in my home, finally. All the riders we are here want to win, but only with have a good run and safe run, be on the finish line with both the skis, that for me it's a win.
Well, the pride that Joan Arcalís feels for his home country of Andorra, just really evident there in the way he speaks about it. You know, this place, it is a real freeride mecca.
It is. I think the riders have been enjoying every single day that they've gotten to ski here. You know, they go inspect, but they're also coming back so excited about the terrain that they've skied. It's a really incredible place to freeride.
Yeah, and Joan, you can just tell he's so happy, he's so proud, and getting the call up from Snow Sports Andorra to represent this country as a wild card in the FIS Freeride World Championships is just such a huge feather in his cap. And you can just hear it in his voice. You know, this place, everybody's got their pride of home nation, but having this event in your backyard and then getting to represent, it must mean so much.
Yeah, it's a really, really special opportunity for the young rider.
All right, well, we've got an enormous venue here. The medical team is attending to Jess Hodder and getting her dialed in to make sure that she's all okay. But this venue, it's been a huge process to get it ready for this event. We've got a little look behind the scenes on all the steps that went into that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Là, c'est là où tu me disais.
Well, just a huge body of work getting these you know, international caliber faces ready. And with the amount of snowfall that we've had, Hadley, avalanche conditions have been a big part of it. But we had the ski patrol bombing the face out of the helicopter this morning. Describe what we saw.
Yeah, the ski patrol came. They had, I can't remember how many, but quite a few bombs were dropped. They were very specific. The athletes knew beforehand where those bombs were going to drop so that they could make adjustments in their lines if they needed to, if more reactions happened than they were expecting. But yeah, the safety is paramount here on these venues. Of course, it's not 100% risk-free, but they do their best to provide the safest venues that they can.
Yeah, and just an enormous amount of work going into it. We've had the guides team on site for a week and a half preparing the placement for the start gate, cutting cornices so the riders could actually access. They bombed it earlier in the week and had a large avalanche result. So we had a ton of debris and a big crown line. Luckily, more snow fell, kind of filling in the crown, covering that old debris. But then this morning, the big question mark, okay, we've got a bunch of fresh snow on the face. What's that going to mean? And we didn't see a ton of big results from the bombing this morning.
We didn't know, and the venue looked really good. The snow has been really good. Susanna mentioned it is changing now in this late afternoon, getting a little bit harder, a little bit grabbier. But yeah, really an all-time venue in all-time conditions for the first event. Yeah, and the first time since 2018 that this face has been used for competitive freeride. It's been a long time. Only a couple of the riders in the
in the field today had any experience on this face. So effectively, other than Christopher Turdell and Carl Rigner Eriksson, a brand new face for the riders to figure out.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to watch the riders these days. They have so much information given to them. The drones provide footage. They have pictures to look at, and then they have the historical footage from 2018 and back. But at the end of the day, they still are new to the face. As you said, the sensations are totally different. So it is a full new game for everyone as well. And this venue proved that you had to be really on it in order to make it.
All right, well, we have with us a freshly crowned freeride world champion from the snowboard women's category down in the finish area with Mia Jones, world champion. Describe how you're feeling right now.
Oh my God, I can't believe it, honestly. It's such an incredible feeling, and I'm so grateful to be here. Everyone threw down in the comp. The snow was so good. It was a beautiful venue, and I'm just really grateful for the experience.
Mia, I know that you've been on your rookie season on the Freeride World Tour, had great success, but can you talk to us about the difference of this event? How did it feel as a champion event, riding for the United States, new competitors? What went into it?
Yeah, I think it's really special to be out here like representing America, and there's a lot of camaraderie around that, and just the whole US team was really cool to be a part of. And then especially having some of like the wild cards and competing against Marion was pretty incredible. She's definitely like a full-on idol to me and legend in the freeride community, and it was unfortunate she couldn't stomp a run, but it was so cool to see and be a part of and like be in the same comp as her.
Okay, Mia, so you took the win here. Let's have a quick chat about your run. Did it go to plan? How do you feel about it, and what went into scoping that run?
Yeah, I think I started the run and I was like, I want to do a middle section that's kind of creative, and nothing was really calling to me other than this like far rider's right chute. So I was pretty hyped on that and scoped that, and I was stoked to have fresh tracks throughout that whole thing. The top section was a little loose. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but it didn't quite go to plan, but I kept it on my feet, so I was happy about that. And then the bottom all kind of came together, so I'm just happy that it all lined up and that I was able to put one to my feet.
What does this mean going into the rest of your season? How does having this win behind you have you look forward?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good confidence booster, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the venues are and how the rest of the comps go, but I'm really stoked to be in the position I am right now.
Well, massive congratulations, freeride world champion Mia Jones, catching up with her on her win and how it's impacted her. We cannot wait to see the rest of the season. Massive congrats, Mia.
Thank you so much.
FIS Freeride World Championships underway here. We have our medical team attending to Jess Hodder, just getting her all sorted out and making sure that she's okay. We have the best team on snow, ready to react to these things. Hadley, you said it is never a zero consequence outlook here, and the riders know that, but the mindset going into that, there's preparation involved.
There is a lot of preparation. There's both physical and mental preparation. These riders spend their entire summers and fall getting in the gym, getting physically ready. A lot of them now work with coaches. They have mental coaches. They're doing a ton of visualization. There's so much, we call it free riding, and there's certainly that element of soul in the sport. But these athletes know at this level, at this period of time, you really have to be 100% prepared going into each season.
Yeah, as we see, we got some clouds lurking around now, poking a little bit over the back of the ridge, and we're late in the day, so visibility is starting to get a little bit challenging. The judges need to be able to see the face in order to judge, and of course the riders need to be able to see in order to ride. So, this delay, we're bringing some clouds. We're hoping they're going to clear back out. We've only got a few riders to go, 5 riders left in the category, ski women, final category of the day. Challenging times out here at the Freeride World Championships, and we are moving towards getting things going for ski women again once we can see. We see right now the current leader for ski women, Poland, Zuzanna Witek, the sole member of Team Poland, and holding it down in that Mammut leader seat. We're going to take a deeper look into exactly what makes this sport tick. Freeride is such a wild sport. Take a look. What is freeriding?
High above the valley, the mountain stands untouched. No marked trails, no second chances. Here begins freeride, where skill, instinct, and courage meet on natural terrain. In competitive freeride, each athlete has one run, one chance to leave a mark. Judges score 5 elements: line choice, control, fluidity, air and style, and technique. No gates, no fixed course. Only the mountain and how you ride it. Every face is unique. Powder, cliffs, ridges, and couloirs. No practice runs, no test descents. Riders can only study the face from afar, memorizing every feature before they drop in. Once the run begins, instinct takes over, adapting to snow, light, and weather in real time. From local events to world stages, freeride is built on progression. Junior, qualifier, challenger, and elite athletes share one vision: to push the limits of mountain sport while preserving its authenticity. Each series shapes new riders, teaching them respect, safety, and adaptability. Its Olympic inclusion will drive global growth and inspire a new generation of riders. Competitions unfold on natural, minimally modified slopes. It's a dialogue between athlete and nature, demanding awareness, humility, and control. Watched by millions worldwide, freeride is more than a sport. It's a movement, artistry, and adventure, a tribute to freedom and the wild spirit of the mountains.
Oh, you almost get chills watching the freeride. I mean, it means so many things to so many different people. One of the pieces of that equation, Hadley, is the visual inspection. You know, you've stood in the Freeride World Tour start gate, you've done it. Describe what these riders are going through in selecting a line that they've never stood on, never looked down, never been off of any of the airs, all of the pieces that go into that.
You know, it's such a strong skill set and one that's overlooked. Imagine you go up to your home resort or a brand new resort. You have to pick a line, but the trick is when you're picking that line, you only get the view across from the venue. And so what that means is that the riders have to flip the venue upside down, look at it. They're coming from the top to the bottom versus the side. And it's definitely a whole new technique.
Well, the fans are ready. The athletes are ready. Unfortunately, the cloud right now is proving a barrier between the judges and the mountain and for the riders. So we are going to go on hold, hopefully briefly, while we wait for this cloud to move out. Once we have vision of the mountain again, both for the riders and for the judges, we are going to come back live with the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championships Andorra 2026 by Mammut. Stand by. We will be back as soon as the clouds have cleared off. Well, welcome back to the Allianz FIS Freeride World Championships Andorra 2026 by Mammut. We have struggled and struggled, but we do have we have some news for you. Effectively, the competition is going to rely on the 2/3 rule, meaning as 11 of the 16 women have completed their runs, the contest is validated. So those 5 women that are at the top are going to be unable to compete. This is due to visibility issues, safety being the #1 priority. The riders cannot see up there. This convective fog has covered the face. Hadley, a tough way to end.
It really is not the way we wanted to end. Heartbreaking for those women at the top. They're really some of the best riders in the world. We were excited to see them, but a huge day regardless. We have new champions from across the globe. Really exciting stuff.
So we have the announcement now, which is that Zuzana Vitek is the ski women's world champion. Zuzana in the finish. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's amazing, but it's, you know, it's bittersweet for me because the girls just came down. They couldn't even finish their runs, and I'm so sad for them. But I'm so happy for you know, to be the world champion. It just feels just completely crazy. And yeah, thank you for everything, and thank you for every person who was cheering for me, and it's just mind-blowing.
Well, congratulations. We're excited for you. Way to really put a beautiful run together today and hold it down for the ski women. You are now the champion.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And once again, they're all so strong, and every girl here could win, and I think the next one will be better, that everyone could run, will be able to run.
Yeah, congratulations to Zuzana. We do have some news about Jess Hodder, that she suffered a knee injury, so she has been taken to the medical clinic to be taken care of there and assess exactly what's going on. So our best wishes to Jess with an injured knee. And unfortunate, the 2/3 rule is a part of Freeride. It is always in place. So 2/3 of the field finishes. It means the result is validated, even if the final third unable to compete.
Exactly, but we do have 3 other champions that came out of today. Liam Rivera out of Switzerland for the Snowboard Men, taking the champion, seeing his run just there on the side of our screen. So impressive, beautiful backflip. Really showed what it means to be a world champ here on the stage.
Yeah, a massive day for the Swiss rider. He has been a standout on the Freeride World Tour and now is the first Freeride World Champion at this event. Absolutely immaculate riding. The Swiss team celebrating with Liam Rivera. Mia Jones taking the world champion crown for Team USA in Snowboard Women with a commanding performance. She just rode to her potential.
Really one of the standout performances of the day from the young rider, 20 years old, now world champion. A huge career ahead of her with Artie just stacking win after win after win. And you can see the power that she has on her board, the grace, the beauty. Big props to Mia Jones.
Yeah, huge day there for Team USA. So Mia Jones taking the win and sharing a moment there with the Queen, Marianne Erti. Ben Richards locking it down for ski men with just another commanding performance. He makes the impossible look easy, and Team New Zealand taking a huge win. Ben Richards' run, just absolute perfection on the mountain.
Yeah, I would say this is the year of Ben Richards, really unstoppable. And as you said, the standout part of his skiing is that he makes it look simple and smooth when in fact it's incredibly technical, high speed, huge airs. It is anything but simple and smooth. That double back-to-back with a trick, New Zealand should be very proud.
New Zealand absolutely throwing down. And then, of course, Zuzana Vitek taking the win for ski women at the end of the day. So the nation standings, France coming out on top with USA in second and Canada in third. Freeride powerhouses really putting it on the line. France and USA coming with the biggest teams and some of the strongest riders. And winning the day in the nation standings.
They did. The USA not far behind, and I believe it was Justine that pushed Canada right above New Zealand for those national standings. But again, such a cool day to have it be a national competition, that it's not just the riders, but it's also the countries they're riding for.
All right, well, it's been a huge day here in Andorra. On behalf of the entire Freeride World Championships team, we would like to say goodbye. Thank you for joining us for this incredibly historic day in Freeride. Thank you to everyone involved in the organization, and especially to all the riders that put it on the line from Andorra 2026. We'll see you soon.
I'm happy, nothing's going to stop me. I'm making my way home, I'm making my way. For your love I will go far, I wanna be wherever you are. I know I'm coming back for you. Our love is a river long, the best ride in a million wrongs. I know I'm coming back to you. And I'm happy, nothing's going to stop me. I'm making my way home, I'm making my way. I go solo, oh I go solo. I'm making my way home, I'm making my way.